Follow me in a pledge of allegiance to the greatest country on earth.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First item on the agenda, oral communication. Anyone may speak on any subject that is not on the printed agenda.
Good morning. Speaking truth to power means having the courage to go against established order, standing up for what is just in the face of hardened official opposition. It has been established by formal investigation that there were multiple serious violations of the California Code of Regulations governing wellhead and groundwater protection committed by the County Roads Department in March 2016, resulting from its persistent negligent spraying of pesticides prohibited for use within 100 feet of wellheads. 3 weeks ago, at the last regular Board of Supervisors meeting, county staff received supervisory direction to come back and give a public presentation in a board meeting on the entire process, both legal and administrative, specific to what went on with respect to the wellheads and the spraying in Supervisor Rotifer's District 5. I had anticipated that staff's public presentation on this very serious matter would have been expedited and scheduled for today's agenda. However, this very serious matter is not on today's agenda, and so now the narrative expands. Supervisor Hanvelt, you spoke during a board meeting a few months ago of your concerns regarding pesticides and cannabis cultivation. Your comments pertain to the cannabis industry in Colorado, and you presented and framed these comments in the manner of a cautionary tale for Tuolumne County. Your comments included the statement, and I quote, "Inappropriate pesticides and other things, and now it became a hazmat issue. Stop laughing." Well, I'm not laughing, Supervisor Hanvelt. Tuolumne County had its very own homegrown hazmat issue in 2016, stemming from its own inappropriate use of pesticides on this board's watch, with Supervisor Rotifer as its chair. No help was needed at all from those weed-growing Mexican mafia boogeymen that we keep hearing about down at Lake Don Pedro. The county did a very fine job of its own accord imposing a mass contamination event upon the good folks of southwestern Tuolumne County, spraying strictly regulated pesticides indiscriminately along the right-of-way of 19 county-maintained roadways. This, according to the county's own records. This is not just 1 mile of impacted roadway and 5 isolated wellheads in Quartz and Stent, as some individuals, such as Supervisor Rotifer, desire the public to believe. There are 19 county-maintained roadways that were violated by a negligent roads department, and there remains an undetermined number of wellheads that were violated alongside many miles of these 19 county-maintained roadways. This here is the footprint. This is what the 2016, right here, this is what the footprint looked like, Supervisor Rotifer. Not 1 mile and 5 wellheads. It spilled over into Supervisor Royce's, Supervisor Brennan, and Supervisor Gray's districts. Thank you all for your attention this morning.
Thank you.
Good morning. You love to see my smiling face, I'm sure. I'm mad. And I'm not going to stand by any longer as certain employees of this county decide what laws and codes should be upheld. I'm not speaking about our law enforcement officers or our educational system. One man. He's in charge of code enforcement, the only one we have. I called him and had him come to our home in Columbia that we rented from our landlord on September 13th of 2017. Mr. Butler came to our home. And he took a tour, saw the issues. They were evident. Here's the copies. You can have them. I have hundreds. That's habitable housing. That's the standards it's okay by our code enforcement officer to live in. Take a look. They're yours. Grab them. My son had a bedroom that was 7 feet 9.5 inches by 7 feet 4 3/4 inches. That's not 80 square feet. Our roof and ceiling were collapsing into 3 separate rooms, and the roof line of the laundry room was separating from the wall lines. But it's habitable. From October 2017 until January 18th, 2018, I called Mr. Butler to obtain a copy, just one copy of my complaint. I don't care how the violation was settled. I want a copy of my complaint. However, I was given some very interesting reasons why I could not obtain my copy. These are just my favorites. His county-owned computer and camera are cheap and don't work properly. His dad worked for my landlord's husband. He has no office staff to prepare his reports and handle his mail. This is your fault. His work and experience is in law enforcement. And try as he might to get on with our sheriff's department, he's been blackballed. He wants to carry a gun when he goes to enforce the marijuana codes, or any code complaint for that matter, since he has a California license to carry a concealed weapon. That was a threat to me. Nobody threatens me. No one. This I find very interesting since I myself am a medicinal marijuana user. I'm a miracle. I am standing here today. Nobody's putting me in the ground yet. He told me we have a dispensary within our county. No, boys, not just a delivery system, but a dispensary. And I said to him, well, I find that interesting since I've listened to all your board meetings and special hearings and everything regarding this. And we don't have a dispensary. That's why I go out of town with my money, and I take along my discretionary money. Okay? It's a lot. I have no desire to grow marijuana in this county. I don't need to be forewarned by the code inspector that he is going to come back out to my property with a deputy and then go through and enforce the codes. He then told me I would never receive a copy of my complaint because his cheap county office equipment, his computer and camera, had been corrupted. And out of all the open complaints he had, only mine was lost. Gentlemen, I didn't hallucinate the man in my yard twice. His immediate supervisor came with him to my home on his first visit and had told the gentleman to start digging through anything he could find on this house, because this was a box house, meaning the box that you went down to Sears and Roebuck and picked up, built in this county as a little cabin, whatever. It's two of them put together. There is an issue about the assessment of this house because there's a remodel done on it. They don't know when. And they've only been paying taxes on 600 square feet when this little broke down house is actually over 800. The assessor's office needed to be notified. We're homeless now. We can't find a home in this county. We can't use a shelter. Our son has autism, and it's not welcome in a shelter environment. We are doing the best we can by the grace of God to keep a roof over our head. But we can't stay there. We can't stay there. Your employee needs to be fired. Mr. Pedro, this is yours.
All right, thank you. Next, please. Yeah, we may run over the 15 minutes. Do I have consensus of the board to go a little bit longer? Not that I'm saying you're wordy, I just want to be cautious.
Yeah, I'll try to make it short. My name's David Peters. As you're all aware, I'm against the marijuana in Tuolumne County, the commercialization of marijuana in Tuolumne County. I would like to clarify, I don't know anybody in my circle of friends that objects to medical marijuana when used properly and properly administered by a real doctor who isn't out to make just $40 per phone call. It is legitimate, it works, and I don't have any problem with it. I don't know anybody that does. I don't know why people keep bringing it up that everybody's against medical marijuana. We're not. We are against commercial marijuana. I was sitting in on the committee of the board, the financial committee, and heard the SCI consultant that the county pays basically tell the board members in that committee that if they were looking at marijuana to be a cash cow for Tuolumne County to help fix the things in Tuolumne County, basically they're wasting their, he didn't say wasting their time, but said this is not the direction you need to be headed in because of making money, because you're not going to make that much money. When the market and supply and demand even up, you're going to see the price of marijuana go down, you're going to see the taxes go down, you're going to see marijuana basically go away as an input for Tuolumne County's budget. And all of this will be for nothing. And we've already seen how this is, you're just getting into this can of worms. You have no idea, or maybe you do have an idea, I don't know. One thing I would like to thank even with all of that thing and the education people in Tuolumne County, the first responders, the sheriff's department, just everybody in Tuolumne County that is anybody that knows about children have objected to this, and law enforcement have objected to this. It's still going ahead, and I see that as a misuse of the funds of Tuolumne County that we have very little of. One thing I would like to do is to thank this process for finally giving the church community in Tuolumne County something to unite behind. And it is beginning to unite, and you will see that there are a lot of people out here against this. and you're going to see it in the future. You're going to see it in the elections coming up. And I hope that the board will, I'm very sorry to hear that Evan is not going to run again, because I respect him a lot as a person, supported him a lot when he started out, and I thought he was being misused. But I disagree with him on this thing. So hopefully the county will redirect their efforts on something that's going to be productive and not destroy the atmosphere and a lot of the good people of this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Steve Boyack from the Human Services Agency. I'm here today to introduce Nathan Renner from the Seventh-day Adventist Church. He would like to speak to your board about an event that's going to occur on Sunday that I think would be of huge benefit for this community.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. This Sunday, we are sponsoring a free dental, vision, and medical clinic at our congregation. We're hoping to see more than 300 people, and we are providing free dental care. So if you have a bad tooth, you need a tooth filled, pulled, we are providing cleanings. We're providing free eyeglasses to those who need a new prescription. And the medical side, we are doing mostly screening. And although if somebody presents with a very serious cardiac problem, we have a cardiologist there, and we've worked it out for follow-up care for free through Adventist Health. So just wanted to let you know about that, and if you have opportunity to let our community know.
Where it's going to be held, phone numbers or contacts?
Sure.
And time.
Time.
Starts at 7 a.m. this Sunday, Sunday the 11th, and it concludes at 5 p.m. We will see patients between 8 and 4, and it's first come, first serve. So we presume the line will start much earlier than 7 a.m. And our office number is 532-3337.
Thank you so much. That's awesome.
Thank you for doing
Yeah,
that.
we're really excited about it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't even know where to begin. It's an interesting public comment day. So I just want to applaud you, Supervisor Royce, for your courage and making decisions that are best for you. And for the people who want to run against you and take your seat, where are you? Because that makes a difference to me. You need to be here hearing about what's going on. And, you know, I was at the last Finance Committee meeting, and there was a plethora of public there. So that was always interesting. And then the Center for Nonviolent Community is doing their Women's Honoring Luncheon, and Supervisor Brennan is going to be honored. So people need to come and celebrate that. And then we've had some discussions, so I would like to publicly call for a Solid Waste Committee meeting where we can discuss some of the issues. And there's been a lot of flyers about the free health care at the Adventist Church, so I know that's been all over town because I've seen that. So I applaud them for that. And then I'm happy that you had a nice retreat. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no one?
I'm sorry, I forgot. The commander's here from CHP, and I wanted to applaud them because they're doing this Age Well, Drive Smart program that they don't publicize very well. But I did go and attend it, and I thought it was an excellent program that everyone should attend, but they need to publicize it more.
I'm sure they'll do a better job now. Okay, anyone else before we move on? All right, consent calendar. Will the clerk please read the consent calendar?
Minutes of the meeting held January 16th, 2018. Approving Amendment Number 1 to the Professional Services Agreement with Lionakis for the National Disaster Resilience Competition Community Resilience Center Project. Approving the revised Sheriff's Dispatch 1-2 class specification. Approving the revised class specification for the Library Assistant 1 and 2 and Senior Library Assistant. Adopting a resolution continuing the local state of emergency as required by California Emergency Services Act, Article 14, Section 8630C, due to pervasive tree mortality. Approving amendment number 1 to the agreement with W.H. Brashears Inc. for lock card fueling. Approving an amendment number 1 to an agreement with Hunt and Sons Inc. for bulk fuel and lubrication services. And approving the out-of-state travel for Supervisor Handbelt to attend events at the National Association of Counties in Washington, D.C., Sun Valley, Idaho, Nashville, Tennessee, and Phoenix, Arizona. Approving the appointment of David Dumas to the Carter Cemetery District and as the Air Pollution Control District. Adopting a resolution authorizing the Tuolumne County Air Pollution Control District to participate in the Carl Moore Memorial Air Quality Standard Attainment Program.
And item 10 is pulled. Any public comment on the consent calendar?
Right here. Good morning again. Very briefly, I am commenting on item 8 regarding Supervisor Handvelt's travel. Very well. You're getting to travel for free, and that's wonderful. And as such, I wish to ask the board to rescind Supervisor Rotifer's previously approved travel since it's duplicative of this. Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comment? Seeing none, and bring it back to the board. Any board member wish to pull an item?
No, I just want to make a comment.
Okay.
It's very important that we participate in our conferences and associations. We don't always deal with it out in the forefront, but these guys represent us and they accomplish things for this county by doing such. The return on that small investment, it's not a fringe. They're not having fun. They're working and they're doing good things. And I don't want it to be misconstrued because I don't want people to become opposed to that and us lose that representation. So it's very important that we do that, and it's a small investment with a huge return. And I just wanted to say
I want
respond to that, please.
I want to echo the statement of Supervisor Royce. It takes a lot of energy, a lot of hard work to attend these events. They're important events for this county. And I think we have two supervisors that have committed to do that work for us, and it's hard to do. The travel's not easy, and I don't want to make light of it, but Randy's not a young man either, to get out there and do this kind of stuff.
The reason
but
this
it's
county
important.
has money for things like tree mortality, our droughts, the reason we were able to pursue a master stewardship agreement, the reason we have money from Secure Rural Schools is because of advocacy that this board does. And if those things weren't here, it would be very detrimental. So it's not a joke, and it's not something to spin around. I mean, I respect the thought that you have, but it's wrong, and I just don't want to lose that.
And I would echo the comments of my fellow supervisors, but would call for the question at this time.
I got a comment if
Go
I
ahead,
can. Just for the record, I cover over 50% of my own travel expenses on NACO trips, and Supervisor Handvelt and myself are on two separate policy committees that do work very important to this county and meet simultaneously. So it is not duplicitous work. It's not something one person can cover.
All right, so,
Thank you for that clarification. I move
Looking for
approval
motion?
of the consent agenda.
okay. First by Supervisor Brennan, second by Supervisor Royce. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Clerk, please read the next item.
Consideration of approving a certificate of recognition for Geraldine Cookie Rains upon her retirement from the Human Services Agency.
Ms. Connolly.
So good morning, Chairman Gray, members of the board, Ann Connolly, Human Services Agency Director. And I'm here today to ask the board to recognize Geraldine Cookie Rains on her 27 years of county experience and on the occasion of her retirement, which occurred December 31st. And I just want to say, prepare for the groan. This woman has shown me in the last six weeks what a tough cookie she is. Amazing. And in front of her coworkers and her family and the public, I want to thank her. And it's hard when someone who's been there and devoted so much of her life to public service retires. It's hard to put it all and capture it all. So this commendation that I'm about to read in no way captures all that Cookie has meant to us. But we already miss her, and we just thank her for the evolution of our ambulance system in Tuolumne County. So with that, I will go ahead and read the commendation, unless the board would prefer to act on it first before I read it.
Well, let's go ahead and act on it first, and then I'd like to come down there after you read
Okay.
it to present it.
Okay.
Looking for a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'll move in favor of approving the certificate of recognition for Geraldine Cookie Rains, commending her on her contributions during 27 years of service.
Second.
The first, the second, any public comment? Seeing none, bring it back to the board. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed,
Thank-
none, passes 5-0.
Thank
Go
you
ahead,
very
please.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Geraldine Cookie Rains began her county career in the Department of Social Services on March 1st, 1990, as an account clerk too. One of Cookie's challenges at that time was to assist in the transition of the manual warrant issuances to an automated system, where she made significant contributions to the new system. She promoted to a senior account clerk in December 1992 and was promoted to fiscal technician in 1999. Starting then, Cookie worked diligently to improve the ambulance receivables and brought account billings current. She took on additional tasks, including setting up ambulance billing policies and procedures and taking on a lead role to staff. In January 2002, Cookie was promoted to her position as a fiscal supervisor, continuing to impress her supervisor and staff with her professionalism, dependability, and work ethic. Cookie always learns her jobs quickly, completes assignments efficiently, and has been able to take on new responsibilities and tasks with initiative, focus, and a positive attitude. Even when she was charged with taking on a project from the state with little direction, she would handle the challenges calmly and objectively, analyzing and determining the most effective way to complete the assignment. As the leader for the fiscal unit in ambulance, Cookie has been instrumental in assuring maximum revenue recovery for billing, receiving over $5.1 million last fiscal year. She's also worked closely with the HSA Chief Fiscal Officer to obtain one-time additional Medi-Cal reimbursement through the Ground Emergency Medical Transportation Program, bringing in over $800,000 to the Ambulance Enterprise Fund over the past several years. Cookie is quick-witted, with a great sense of humor and a generous heart. No is not in her vocabulary. She always finds a way to get the job done. She's been a dedicated public servant, committed to the job and community, and she will be deeply missed. The Human Services Agency and its ambulance department have been very fortunate to have Cookie as a member of its supervisory team. Now, the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors does hereby join the Human Services Agency in extending its heartfelt thanks and appreciation to Cookie Rains for her 27 years of dedicated service to the residents of Tuolumne County on the occasion of her retirement on December 31st, 2017, and wishes her good fortune in all of her future endeavors. Cookie?
Thank you so much for your service. Much appreciated.
Thank you very much. I'm going to miss everybody.
Clerk, please read the next item.
Okay, number 13 has been pulled and will be considered possibly at a later date. And number 14 is consideration of approving the long-term maintenance plan for County Service Area 3, Lake Don Pedro Unit 1.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. I actually have a face you probably haven't seen, but this is our Special Districts Coordinator, Denise Zitnick, and she's here to present this item for you.
Good morning. Denise Zitnick, Special Districts Coordinator with the Engineering Division. Before you today is an item for County Service Area 3. County Service Area is located in Lake Don Pedro Subdivision, Unit 1. The county service area is responsible for the maintenance of approximately 8.4 miles of road out there. It is funded by a portion of the property tax called the ad valorem tax. The current funding revenue is not enough to be considered one of our fully funded CSAs, so we can't make a engineer's report and fund all of the maintenance of all the roads. So we consider it an inactive or underfunded CSA. That means that the CSA must accumulate funding for several years before enough is available to perform maintenance out there. Presently, projects are selected based on maintenance requests. I've received a lot of maintenance requests recently, and so it became apparent that we needed to meet with the residents and prioritize which maintenance we wanted to do out there. So in October 2017, staff held a public outreach meeting out in the Hacienda in CSA 3. Supervisor Gray attended that. And we presented 3 maintenance options to solicit whether or not they were interested in them. Maintenance option 1 was to reconstruct and pave all roads. This was closest to our regular county service area plan. We would repave all their roads because they've fallen into a state of disrepair, and then start up a regular pavement maintenance policy. It's also the most expensive option. It would need an initial financing of over $1 million, and then they would need to approve perpetual funding via an assessment for over $30,000 per year. And the property owners weren't very interested in that, needless to say. They've voted against assessments in the past. Option 2 was to reconstruct and convert all roads to gravel. Some of their roads out there are already gravel, and this would convert all the roads to gravel. Gravel roads are cheaper to maintain, so it would be a $600,000 conversion, but the actual maintenance would be covered by the ad valorem funding that they currently have. This wasn't also very popular because the roads that are in better shape, they don't want to see those turn to gravel at this point. Option 3, the long-term maintenance plan, that's what we called it in our group, the long-term maintenance plan, but the option is to prioritize roads and rehabilitate the existing paved roads. This option would constrain the costs of the current to the current budget there, and we would prioritize roads for maintenance based on the usage and condition of the roads. So basically we would classify the roads into 4 different types. There would be paved roads, and these are the roads in the best condition and serve the largest number of parcels. We would, year 1, do some localized repairs out there and then start up a regular pavement maintenance program. Gravel roads tier 1, these are roads that have been converted. They haven't been converted to gravel as much as they've come to a gravel state at this point in time. We would finish the conversion process, grind and recompact them year 1, and then start regular gravel maintenance. This serves a larger number of parcels. Gravel roads tier 2 serve lesser parcels. They tend to be at the end of the roads out there. And based on funding, we would try to include them with the tier 1 roads for maintenance, but it would depend on the funding. And tier 3 gravel roads currently serve no occupied parcels, so we would maintain those to the point that emergency services could use them, but unless if they become developed, they would fall to the bottom of the maintenance priorities. The property owners in attendance all supported option 3, no assessment. And option 3 is also the staff recommended option. So upon your board's direction, the engineering staff would like to get rolling with that year 1 maintenance plan option, just because there's a lot of enthusiasm out there to start seeing some work done. So any questions?
Any questions?
I just want to say, good presentation. Thank you.
Thanks.
I mean, it was clear. You covered everything. I thought
Very
it was
clear, and
great.
thank you for the map.
The meeting was robust, and we did get a lot of comments, and I really want to thank staff for coming down there and coming up with options. And I think when we left the room, everybody was in agreement of the option 3, and I'm not going to make the motion, but I'm certainly, before I ask for the motion, I'll ask for any public comment. Seeing none.
I'll make the motion in favor of staff recommendation here.
All right, first by Supervisor Handbelt, second by Supervisor Rodifer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Clerk, please read the next item.
Consideration of approving plan specification and bid book for the Tuolumne County Bridge Preventative Maintenance Project and issuing a call for bids on March 8th at 2 p.m. and increase appropriations to the Public Works Project Fund Bridge Preventative Maintenance line item by $481,228 and increase revenues in the Public Works Project Fund by the same amount.
Okay.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Blossom Scott Heim, Associate Engineer with the CRA. The Tuolumne County Bridge Preventative Maintenance Project includes 11 bridges that will receive preventative maintenance work. As you know, we've put this project out to bid twice before, and due to high bids and low turnout, we have rejected bids both times. Most recently, our consultant design firm, MGE Engineering, performed a bid analysis and an analysis of the overall engineer's estimate and scope, and recommended increasing the engineer's estimate to $711,000. County staff and MGE have updated the plans, specifications, and bid books, and at this point, we would like to rebid the project. Bids are proposed to be due on March 8th at 2 p.m. Bids will be reviewed by county staff and county council and will be awarded to the lowest responsive bidder. It's anticipated that approval of the contract will be scheduled for award in April of 2018. The public can view a copy of the plans, specifications, and bid book electronically by following the link in the document, tuolumnecounty.ca.gov/BOS-docs.
Any questions? Any public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
Second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Royce, second by Supervisor Rodifer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck this time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
Consideration of approving the fiscal year 2017-18 mid-year budget review and associated budgetary adjustments.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office. The item before you today for consideration is the mid-year budget review. As you know, each year we do this review in order to provide an opportunity for your board to see how we are performing under the current year budget. And what I'm going to do is begin going through each of these items. If you have any questions, please let me know. More than happy to answer them as we work through these. Real quick, the items I just handed out to you were provided to you last night in an email as well, but the only one that's been updated is the budget detail. Debbie and I worked on that a little bit this morning. I'll go through some of that detail with you before we finish here to let you know what those changes were. So the mid-year budget review, each one of the departments takes the time to go through their budgets and analyze where they are mid-year and where they think they will be as they move towards the end of the year. So what you have before you is a culmination of those efforts from all departments to provide you the most up-to-date information. We will do this again in about 2 months with our year-end review, so you'll have one more time to see this as we move forward. With that being said, the biggest issues or the biggest drivers in the general fund are higher than anticipated utility costs for facilities management. We have a withhold in the Auditor Controller's Office for a prior year Medicare cost report from the Tuolumne General Hospital. And then we also have increased costs related to conflict counsel for AB 233, and then reallocation of mandated costs related to workers' compensation and liability for settlement of litigation. On that schedule that you have before you, that's the one with some of the blue writing, it's called Attachment A. I'm going to be referring to some of these just very briefly, but what you see on this are some changes to 4 different cost centers, funds, in their beginning fund balance. And why that's important is as they're working with the Auditor Controller for year end, she gives us these estimated fund balances, and then we have a few updates to that. So as you will see, the fire department, theirs is an increase of about $89,000. Increased revenue was booked, additional revenues were booked at year end. Then we have Department of Social, make sure I line these up. Behavioral Health, Department of Social Services. The most significant was a $99,000 reduction in estimated year end revenues. And then for Social Services was $17,000. Minor for that large of a fund, but still the adjustment was made. And then the other one is for our Fish and Wildlife Fund. What we had taken in year end was we put $10,000 into reserves, and that fund balance has been adjusted to reflect that. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer those. And of course, Debbie is here as well if you have any questions for her. So with that being said, what you will see on that Schedule 1 is that all of the funds are still anticipating to end the year the way they originally projected or better, except for the general fund. And that is due to those outliers I just went over with just previously. So that now we have $122,000, what we're calling a deficit, what we were asking your board to take action on today as we move through this memo. With that being said, also with the other funds, we have the enterprise funds, which are also expected to end the year as projected, as well as our internal service funds, except for liability and workers' compensation. Again, due to settlement of litigation, we took $375,000 out of workers' compensation and reallocated that into the liability fund. As a result of that, when the allocation is done, it's based on exposure and experience. So while it was the same $375,000 that was allocated, the way that the department experiences that reallocation may vary, meaning you don't always see the same amount going in as what's coming back out for those two types of expenses. As a result, we had about a $35,000 impact to the general fund as a result of that reallocation, and that is contained within your documents here, the budget report, your Schedule A for the estimated year-end fund balance, and then the budget detail as well. So just real high level, local revenues. The revenue team met, as we always do. We meet several times each year. When we went through all of the general revenues, the good news is we are expecting to end the year as originally projected. We have about a $50,000 increase, and most of that is related to realignment funds that comes into the general fund and goes back out to the Human Services Agency. As we know, PILT is always something we discuss several times throughout the year. I've had conversations with NACO. Their recommendation has to put the PILT into our budget at the amount that we received the prior year, and that's what's reflected in the budget before you. As it adopted, and it's still the same. Again, on the highway user tax, you guys know the road funding continues to be an issue that is highly debated. Based on a worksheet that Craig and I received at the county executive Association meeting, CSAC provided new estimates, and there was an increase of almost $33,000. So that's good news for the road fund. And just a brief reminder, last year we started what we called the Strategies to Tighten Safety Compensation Budgeting. And the reason was that sometimes we have injuries or vacancies, and we would have some variances throughout the year. So in an effort to give your board the utmost flexibility in your discretionary spending, we worked with the Sheriff's Department in creating a vacancy factor, and then also another that we do for the 4850, which are the injuries. So those so far it is appearing that we may have a little bit higher 4850 pay, which just means we pay them out of the workers' compensation fund, and it's not paid out of the sheriff or the jail fund. Tree mortality. As your board is aware, our staff and OES continue to work on this issue along with the state, federal agencies, and our local partners. I'm happy to say that so far this year, with the current project that's going, we will have removed over 2,000 trees so far this fiscal year. That doesn't include the last 2 fiscal years that we've been working on this. And as a result of a CAL FIRE grant, we were able to bring to your board, we no longer have a 25% share of cost. So your board was able to move $420,000 back into our reserves, and that was good news. Winter storms, staff continue to work with FEMA.
Before you leave that,
yes,
take credit for that, because Tuolumne County led the fight to get that 25% covered by the state, not just our county, but all counties. That's a win, and Tuolumne County led it. I just think you ought to take credit for that.
Thank you, Supervisor Hamdelt. That was a win for all of our counties. There are some counties who had not even begun to do any work, and this is providing them the opportunity to start the work that we've already been doing for about 2.5 years. So it's exciting statewide. The winter storms, that's another of our OES issues we've been dealing with. So our office has been working closely with CRA and the engineers in the road fund. And what we're working on is getting all of these projects funded. And as you know, it's a slow process, but we will continue that process. And we are expecting to see more work that will take place this spring and into the summer as a result of FEMA and those obligated funds. So I'm not going to hit on every single cost center. They're in your memo, and I know you don't want me to read the memo to you. But I do want to hit a few of the largest items just so that we bring those up, and if there's any discussion, we can have that while we're going through them. As I discussed earlier, the auditor-controller experienced some communication from Medicare related to a prior year cost report from 2006-07. That is the final year of Tuolumne General Hospital, but it was $89,000. The auditor-controller did pay that. There's not a lot of options. If you don't pay it, they will withhold the money in other areas. So that is something we will need to take care of and make sure that we can bring that cost center whole again. Facilities management. We had talked about this earlier in the year when we did the adopted budget. We talked about the fact that the TPPA rates were going to be decreased, and it's really hard each year not knowing what the weather will be like. How do we estimate what those utility costs might be? Unfortunately, we didn't recognize the level of savings we'd hoped we would, and we do need to increase our utility costs by $120,000, and that's an estimate to take us through the end of the year. The other $57,000 is related to buildings and pools. We took over the maintenance of our pools. There was one project in particular, I believe it was about $30,000 that they had to take care of near Columbia. It's been repaired, but as a result, we do need to increase that line item by $57,000 for a total of $178,000 for that cost center. The DA Victim Witness, you know that they've been working hard on soliciting other grants. They've done a great job with that. Through conversations with the DA's office, they were able to receive additional grant funds that almost eliminated their match. So originally in the adopted budget, we had some match built in. Now they have $52,354 more than what they thought they would get. They did increase their cost by an additional $21,000, but that does leave about $31,000 that's helping to offset other increases within the general fund. We talked about AB 233. Debbie has been watching this closely, as has Mr. Pedro. We will be meeting here very shortly to discuss further impacts that may have as we move through the year, so we are watching that closely. The sheriff coroner, $44,000, almost $45,000 in additional revenues, and he'd like to use that to offset some equipment, and then he has some donations coming in that will help with that as well. Let's see, Special District Admin, $32,000. They are doing some additional work, and they have revenue to offset that work that they'll be doing within their community service areas. And then finally, the debt service. I needed to make an adjustment based on the payment that Debbie had provided to me, and that is now reflected in the mid-year budget. And then, as you know, with the transfers out, anytime we have realignment revenues that come in that are supposed to go right back out to not behavioral health, to human services. Let's just get all of human services. What we have to do is we show the revenue coming in, and then we show the transfer out going to the appropriate department. So it could be behavior health, social services, or public health. And then finally, your contingencies. In order to balance this budget, we are recommending that you would use contingencies in the amount of $122,000, and that's contained in your budget detail. But we do have a recap that we've provided to you from what was originally in the adopted budget and what's currently sitting in the budget right now, so you know what that balance would be should you make the decision to utilize contingencies to balance where we are today. So originally we had $794,000 that we started at the adopted budget going forward. In September, you took an additional $26,000 out, and you added $26,000 to contingencies, and that was where your board made the decision not to act on board salaries at that time, and it was already part of the current budget. So the $26,000 was added back to contingencies. In November, for emergency storms related to roads, we brought something before you, and we would need $250,000 for the match related to those roads, and part of that was Q and Mill. And your board acted on that and took $250,000 out of contingencies to give the road fund, the road storm fund, the ability to begin working on those projects. So that would bring us from the $794,000 to the $570,000. I'm going to skip over these charts here and take you down to, if you were to take the $570,000 and use $122,000 of contingencies to balance this budget before you, you would have $448,000 left in contingencies for the rest of the year. Now that's where this budget detail comes into account here. It has more than general fund, but the largest portion is general fund. This has It's very long this time, and the reason for that is it contains every single cost center that has an adjustment due to that workers' compensation liability adjustment of reallocation of mandated costs. But it also has all of the different line item transfers that would need to take place to balance what we just discussed within this memo. One of the ones I do want to bring to your attention that Debbie and I discussed this morning, and we did add to this, and it's not contained in this memo, is in relation to air pollution control. While she was reviewing these and giving us a second look, what she found is there we have a trust account in air pollution control for the Carl Morier funds. They have spent already more than they originally budgeted, and we have put enough in here, Debbie's calculations, so that they would still be able to go forward and do more if people needed it. So there's an additional $183,000 of revenue that would need to be recognized and $183,000 of expense. And that was not in what you received last night, so just make sure that you knew that. Quickly, we'll go through the other funds, and then we can answer if you have any additional questions. The Road Construction Capital Fund, they would like to increase their appropriations by almost $1.4 million. There is appropriate revenue within there to offset that, and most of that is related to a Highway 120 detour maintenance project in an amount of $1.1 million. And that is also contained in this budget detail that would give the appropriate information to Debbie to make those increases in the budget. And then skipping down to social services. Social services is experiencing a higher than anticipated cost related to foster care. And so we're recommending we increase the appropriations there. They do have some revenue. We don't need to dip into contingencies to make this happen for them, but we do need to make that adjustment for them. And public health, same thing. What we need to do there is we have a $91,000 increase that's needed. Now they have, I want to make sure I clarify something. There's a lot that happens in a budget, and we try to summarize as well as we can just a few of those items for you. They do have increased costs related to jails, the inmates, some of the transportation, and as you heard during the retreat, that those costs sometimes can be very, very high. But they also have targeted case management that has dedicated revenue that will also be used, and that needs an increase as well. So this $91,000 is a summary of all of those changes that need to take place. They do have the appropriate revenues to offset that increase. Okay, our enterprise funds. Ambulance would like an additional $30,000 for equipment and equipment maintenance, and they were able to recognize an additional $30,000 in that ground emergency medical transportation. So there is the revenue to offset that as well, and that is contained in your budget detail. And I've already talked about this other one a couple of times for our internal services. For liability and workers' compensation, again, in settlement of litigation, we moved that $375,000 out of workers' compensation and into liability for that, and that is reflected in your budget detail as well. Unemployment is higher than we had originally anticipated at the beginning of the year, so they have we need to increase the appropriations by $47,000. They have $25,000 more in revenue. The rest would need to come out of fund balance, and that is also reflected in your budget detail. Before we move on to the next portion, do you have any questions related to any of that detail?
Questions?
No? Okay. So there are two, on the next page, on page 8, we get into what we call mid-year personnel recommendations, and then we have additional personnel needs that are put there for your consideration at the request of your board. So the top part, all of these, it's very important to note that, example, like for tree mortality, we're asking for a clerical person. Your board knows we've had now 2 people that have been in there helping the staff, doing some answering phones, helping with the mailers, checking insurance, we can check with ownership to make sure that stays the same. We've had 2 people come in and 2 people leave. The last person just left from the motherload job training. We'd like to get someone in there consistently. They take the time to train, they get used to the program, they learn the rules, and then they leave and we retrain again. So, but this is offset. As you know, we have 100%. There's no match required, so there's no cost there. And that's what you're going to see for various reasons on these others. For human resources, due to a announcement of a retirement, what the HR manager there is recommending is that you change that position, and it actually is a downgraded position. So the savings pay for that change. Veterans, same. They have recommending an elimination of an office assistant there. That would allow to move the veterans officer from a .48 to a .625. Solid waste, due to some difficulties in trying to recruit a manager, they're recommending that we would do a solid waste technician. And again, there's more than enough savings there to change and pay for that conversion. And in behavior health, they're self-sustaining. We're not going into contingencies to do this. They have grant funding and or realignment that they can utilize for this offset, and plus the partnership that they have for one of them with probation. So with these, there is no increased cost to any of these funds or cost centers. It's all through conversion and or grant funding. Do you have any questions related to these?
Questions? Looks like you're doing a good job.
All right, we'll see. Okay, so the next one is we provided these at a request of the board for various issues. Some of them are capacity, some of them are related to the marijuana issue that your board has been dealing with. And so the request came in is what would it take to take care of some of the code compliance issues and the safety of those individuals. That's what you're going to see on the first 3 areas there is a code compliance investigator, office assistant, and 2 deputies. And what I want to make sure you realize is that is specifically related to enforcement of the personal use of marijuana. The others are, again, our requests that your board has made to us based on mostly capacity issues. And we are providing this as information for your board. It's not necessarily a recommendation, but it is there. It's for your use to ask questions. If your board would choose not to add these at this point and you want to wait for the fiscal year 2018-19 budget, one of the requests we might have is because it takes so long to recruit and we've done this in the past, allow staff to begin recruiting. There would be no job offer made, but that process could start while we finalize that 2018-19 budget review for you to come in the near future. And I'll defer to Mr. Pedro for anything else on that there.
Pedro, any comment? Supervisor Rotifer?
Yeah. I think that it's safe to say that the Finance Committee had hoped that by the board retreat we could have a little bit of a discussion about our finances for various reasons, nobody's fault. That didn't happen. I'm not sure we have a common view of the world in terms of the finances of the county at this time. And again, it's through no fault of anyone. It's just wading through it. We're close. I think we're very close. But while I certainly support and will vote for the mid-year personnel recommendations since they're fully funded, I'm reticent at this time to support adding any of the additional personnel needs for board consideration until we have a clearer picture of where we are long-term financially. While I don't worry too much about the $131,347 of this year's additional costs, we're really buying into almost $650,000 of additional costs of doing business year after year going forward. And I think we need to have a better picture of what our long-term finances are before we make that kind of a commitment. I do think that I support every single one of them, don't get me wrong. For me, I need more information right now. And I'm fine with going ahead with the recruitment process on those, so I would support that, but I won't vote to approve the additional personnel needs for board consideration. And with that comment in mind, I would ask that we do two separate votes, one on the mid-year personnel recommendations and a second on the additional personnel needs for board consideration.
Supervisor Hanvelt.
Look, I agree with everything that Supervisor Rutherford said. I spent a lot of time looking at this. I am concerned about the revenues and whether, and like he said, I'm not concerned about the $131,000 that we might be dealing with right now, except it does come out of contingencies again, and contingencies only go so far. But I am concerned about preloading the budget for next year with these positions without having a good understanding where a revenue situation is expected to be. Plus, very frankly, and by the way, I agree, I support, we need all these things, but I am not sure I have a good picture of what else we need in other departments and where the options are. And I believe, as tight as our budget is, we're going to have to pick and choose, like we always do. I mean, I hate that. I'd like to do all the right things, but money, revenue determines exactly what we can do. So I support that, and I agree that with possibly pre-recruiting, so that if we gave them the go-ahead at the new budget, that we could go.
Anyone else?
I have an added comment. There is an alternative that doesn't need a vote or anything like that, but if we weren't comfortable, as Supervisor Hanvelt and I are not comfortable with these other ads, we could, I don't think it should take us more than a month to at least have an idea of where our financial picture is. We could come back prior to, if the financial picture would support these ads, we could come back prior to the actual next budget, and with some, staff could come back with some recommendations that would allow us to maybe get a little bit more lead time as well.
Okay. Sherry?
And I appreciate that alternative because I'm really struggling with a couple of these pieces. And I think collectively we will have to make some choices if the picture is such that we have to look for our priorities, because I think what we have listed here, we've said very clearly to the public that we are going to enforce the cannabis regulations. And so if it means that our funding streams are not there, we need to have some very serious conversations about how we're going to do that. And I would say the same thing with the CAO's office, because we all know that they are running on fumes, if you will. We have a couple of departments that are that way. So it means it really will come back to us, and we will have to make some hard choices about prioritizing some of the activities.
Supervisor Royce?
I think we need to make these things happen. I think we need to prioritize them right now. There's no joke when it comes to this stuff. It's very serious, and I think we need to put money where our mouth is. As we move ahead, if there are revenue issues, I think then we go through and we do what we do, and we'll do surgery on this thing and get it where it needs to be. But these particular items, particularly in my opinion, the enforcement resources, cannabis is so critical. And we're about to enter into a growing season, and there's much uncertainty. I think we owe it to the community to keep a tight grip on this right now. It's not a joke. And I've advocated for regulation, and either way, whether it's banned or it's regulated, it needs to be enforced. That's the most important part of all of this. So I think we need to make that very clear, and then we need to just do what we need to do to make it happen.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pedro?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, members of the board, along the lines of keeping this really straight and simple, my recommendation would be to, go ahead and act approving the recommendation that you see on page 9, which only includes the mid-year personnel recommendations. That's all that it includes. Page 9. Oh, you got the hard copy. Okay. Page 9, and that's that would only include the mid-year personnel recommendations that are offsetting, and then you keep it simple. And I think it'll work if you just gave staff direction to begin recruitment, particularly on the cannabis-related ones. I think the others we could work that out, but the cannabis ones certainly has been stated at the dais. By the time we got that recruitment done, we should know where we're at and if we're in a position to proceed or not. So we would not take that as approved positions. We're just doing the recruitment so we can save some time in the event funding can be found.
Okay, my 2 cents, all of these positions that we're looking at add-ons are, in my opinion, they're board-driven. They're things that we've had numerous discussions about, the needs to get things done, and there's nothing should be new to anybody on that list. So I'd be in favor at this time to take Mr. Pedro's suggestion, but I want to make it clear from my standpoint, these are things that are going to have to move forward regardless. We'll make adjustments. Been here 9 years. We haven't overspent our budget yet, and I don't anticipate that we will. But these are important things in order to make our county healthy, and to say no to them is, in my opinion, not the right thing. But I'm certainly agreeable to move in the direction that Mr. Pedro just suggested.
Mr. Chairman, look, I don't think anybody disagrees that we absolutely need these. I think that Mr. Pedro's suggestion that we approve everything in the initial recruitment, and we'll have the revenue clear by the time we would have to pull the trigger on those, if you will. It's just being financially prudent and making sure our bases are covered that we want to do that. It's not clear to me at this point in time, but I think we can clear that up and by the end of March, certainly, that second meeting in March, and get this done.
And, Mr. Chairman, I would also add that while all of these are very, very important, there's one or two others that I think would be arguably on a par level with them as well that we're not prepared to discuss. And I think that when we make the final decision on budgeting these for next year, that's we need to entertain some of those other priorities that are out there as well.
Okay. Any more board discussion? Public comment?
Well, since I was the only member of the public at the Finance Committee meeting, I would invite a lot of other people to attend. And the last one I thought was very thoughtful, was very intelligent. The conversation was very robust. I always appreciate the departments that find money because they can be my favorite for today. And I'm hearing from your two members on the Finance Committee, and what I thought was it might be beneficial if the Finance Committee turned in, at least something turned into a whole board discussion just on finances, because I heard them both say, gee, I wish this supervisor was here and we could, still adhere to the Brown Act. But there was a lot of discussion. So I would listen to the two of them since they got the most information at that meeting, and the other three of you did not at that time. But we have to find a way to make some money.
Okay, any other public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chairman, before I make a motion, I really appreciate the public comment. Finances are a two-sided coin, okay? There's costs of doing business and there's revenues, okay? We have squeezed the turnip on the cost side about as tight as we can, and we're hurting our people. If we're going to come out of the situation that we're in, we're going to have to find ways to get more revenue. That's my fundamental belief right now. And again, I don't have what I consider to be a totally clear picture, but I think I know enough to know that much. Anyway, so my motion is to approve the mid-year with the personnel recommendations, authorize staff to start recruiting on the additional personnel needs for board consideration positions, defer a final consideration on that until either we get enough that we're in the Finance Committee that we're comfortable coming back with a recommendation to the board to start it earlier than the budget process, or to alternatively to consider those positions and other possible positions in a final or in the budget process.
We have a first and second. Any other discussion? I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Thank you, Tracy. Clerk, please read the next item.
Consideration of approving correspondence in support of the grant application to the Public Forest and Watershed Land Stewardship Council for an improved day use facility at Kennedy Meadows.
Good
morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Liz Peterson, Warren County Administrator's Office. I think that's on. There we go. And with me is Deputy County Administrator Daniel Richardson. I am here today to request your board approve correspondence in support of a grant application for an improved day use facility at Kennedy Meadows. Specifically, this project is known as the Kennedy Meadows Picnic Area and Dispersed Recreation Restroom Facility Project. And this is a grant that has the concept proposal was submitted in 2017, late last year by Daniel. And it was submitted to the Pacific Forest and Watershed Land Stewardship Council for grant funding for improved recreation facilities in the upper meadow portion of Kennedy Meadows. Specifically, this project would install 5 picnic tables, 2 bear-proof trash receptacles, and 1 2-seat vault toilet in that area. As you can surmise, this would give users a designated place to eat and dispose of their trash, also help with sanitation needs that are, I think, about 3/4 of a mile away is the closest restroom. This is going to be a great project if our grant is approved and funding is awarded, because it will enhance the day use area and for users and recreators in the area. It butts up right against the forest. So anyway, it's a great project. We're excited about it. The requirement of the grant is that the landowner has to submit a letter of support, and the county is the landowner, and that's why we are here today. There's the draft comments there for your consideration. The grant is due, or the full proposal is due February 15th. We have gotten support from Matt Bloom, who's the concessionaire up there at Kennedy Meadows, and he will be assisting us with the project work with some of the soil grading or soil stabilization and grading work there. So if Daniel would like to say anything else.
Yeah. Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. Just want to let you know the total cost of this is about $118,000. Our county match is approximately $15,000 of that. However, some of our match will come out of our Kennedy Meadows Trust Fund. So we have money set aside for this we can bring in, which has about $100,000 in there. But our trust account may not need to be tapped at all because our match is some of the stuff that Matt Bloom may do for us, the grading, some of our design. We have a consultant who owes us some time, and so we may have zero match at the end. But we just want to let you know we have $15,000 in the plan to match.
Supervisor Hanvelt?
Mr. Chairman, this is a no-brainer. I mean, this is crazy to even be talking about it. We need to just be voting on it, and it's a formality. Kennedy Meadows is just an incredible place, and any member of the public who hasn't gone up there and enjoyed Kennedy Meadows is missing a real treat. I regret that I only get there a few times in the summer, but going there is a treat. And I remember being there for the 100th anniversary celebration last year, and all the people were there. This is valued by the people of our county. We just got to do this. It'll just make it even better.
Supervisor Brennan.
Yeah. First, I want to thank the Bloom family for being such great partners on this, because their partnership is really going to help make this successful. I have been and had the privilege of staying in the Upper Meadow. A lot of people don't get there unless they're actually going to get on the trail that goes into the immigrant wilderness, but it is the way you access it and it's the way you come out. And there are no facilities there. And so, unfortunately, it is problematic. And so, great project, and look forward to supporting it.
Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah, I regret greatly that Supervisor Hanvelt stole the saying that I stole from ex-Supervisor Plant about it being a no-brainer, so I can't repeat it. But no,
all used it once.
this is seriously. Somebody'd have to be a fool not to support this because it is so valuable to our community. So thank you very much for bringing this to us.
Anyone else?
Yeah, don't forget it's in District
3.
3.
Well, maybe we should reconsider.
Absolutely.
Redistrict.
I just want to add, Kennedy Meadows is, like Supervisor Hanvelt said, a special place. But just to go up there and have a hamburger, go to the saloon, and have a Bloody Mary, it's a whole different experience. It's back the way it used to be when you're up there. So certainly would support it. Any public comment?
Well, I've never been there.
Well, you
So
better get going.
I'll go with you. I don't eat hamburgers or drink Bloody Marys, but I
They
want
have
to
other
thank
things.
We could agendize a meeting there, and then she'd be there.
Maybe our next retreat.
That's one way to do it. So I want to applaud Mr. Richardson for clarifying that there is a match and that we might be able to do it without it really costing any money. So you can be my favorite today. So thank you.
That's good.
That would be nice.
Okay, any more public comment? I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
Yeah, happy to approve. Letter or
correspondence.
Yeah. Move approval of the correspondence.
Second.
First by Supervisor Royce, second by Supervisor Brennan. All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Thank you. Next item, please.
Consideration of approving the use of the county-owned property located at 480 Greenlee Road in Sonora for the natural surface trail.
Okay.
Good morning once again. Liz Peterson, County Administrator's Office. I'll let Tyler introduce himself.
Tyler, Somerset Transportation Council.
Okay, so we are here today on a project that we are really excited about. We are asking for your board's approval to use property located at 480 Greenlee Road to build a natural surface trail. It's about a 1-mile loop that'll go around the county library there, the senior center, the Heaven for Kids park, and then the skate park. It'll just kind of loop around. You'll see a map there in your board packet for your information. This is a county-led project with so much assistance and enthusiasm from the TCTC. I mean, it's really Tyler's dream and kind of baby, but it is a county project. So you'll see also in the packet that the county has been involved in the environmental documentation, and but the TCTC really will be coordinating the project design, the funding, the construction, and the maintenance. So I'm going to pass this off to Tyler for him to chat a little bit about the project with you, and yeah, there you go.
Thank you, Liz. Well, I'm hoping we can keep all that no-brainer talk going here as we continue. But as Liz shared, this is a neat project because ultimately it's county-owned land and it's low cost and it's so centrally located. We're really excited about the opportunity to, encourage folks to visit an area that already gets a lot of use and provide another reason for folks to come into the library center, which has the Heaven for Kids playground. But uniquely, it also has some really neat connections within the community, allowing folks an opportunity through this trail project to walk to school, and for folks in the Sonora Hills 55 and over community to walk to an area where they can recreate. You've got the Forest Service central office there just across the street. You've got the hospital just down the road. And so in many ways, its central location really is a key aspect of why this trail, we believe, will be popular and well used, not only in recreational terms, but also for utilitarian getting to and from places in the community. We've outlined the trail as we believe it may take form, which is with trail projects to try to follow contour lines. The county owns about 10 acres that host these different uses, and the hope would be to kind of circumnavigate that 10 acres to get roughly 1 mile. And whenever you're building trail projects, it's always nice to give yourself some flexibility, and so we'll talk about within this document a corridor, a trail corridor that allows us to avoid trees and other areas of potential impact to minimize not only the cost of constructing the trail, but the impacts of doing so. I'd like to thank folks who have helped bring this project to this point. The initial idea came from the adjacent property owner, Mr. Mike Lemke, through the Commission on Aging, and we started looking at it and kicking it around and said, yeah, this does make a lot of sense. And also the folks who have helped plan and look at it from the county side. We hope that as we look at this further, this type of a partnership is attractive, and we'll have your support.
Okay, any questions? Supervisor Royce.
Just a quick comment. Thank you, guys. These are such good things for the community. They're not always the most they don't draw the most attention from people, but in the long run, there's so much value to people, especially right in that vicinity.
Tyler, I know you're always working on this stuff, and it's just awesome. The long-term benefits for us and our health, and just
the vitality of the community. It's just a really, really good thing, and I just want to thank you for that. And Liz also, both you guys are just awesome, and it's encouraging to see people like you in public service working so hard and doing good things, and I just want to thank you guys. And Mike, I just want to thank you for being a partner in this and working on this and all the things you do. I know you're on the private side doing the same thing, trying to make things happen in this community and working hard and trying to do it in a balanced way, and you're doing a good job. Keep it up.
Supervisor Brennan.
Thank you. Supervisor Gray.
She's mad at me.
It is our district.
It is
Since
our
it's
district.
in my district. There are a few individuals that just really need to be applauded on this. I think I met with Mr. Lemke and Tyler probably 3 years ago to look at this. And one of the first things we talked about, or they were talking about to me, is grade and how they were going to set this at a grade so that our seniors could use it. They looked at all of the different uses that were there, whether it was the school access, you mentioned a lot of them, the Forest Service, but really keeping in mind our seniors who need to get out and be able to walk, and there's not a lot of opportunities for that. So there was immediate appeal, and then looking for the partners to help fund it. One of the questions that I had immediately was maintenance, because I was concerned about that. And it became really clear with the construction that they were looking at, that they were looking at really minimizing that maintenance. And then you could just hit on maybe a couple of volunteer days to look at debris or something like that. So keeping the actual financial impact on the county at a minimum. We don't see examples of this very often. And that collaborative and just having a vision to really be able to help so many different communities, I have to applaud you. And thank you, and I'm so excited to see this come to fruition.
I have to add, what better location could you do this at? I mean, you look at where it is, it's perfect location. Kind of, duh, why didn't we think of that before? Well, obviously somebody was thinking, but it's just great. I applaud the effort and the community relationship. Mike, you're amazing. I just can't believe all the things you get involved in and all the positive things you do to help this community. Appreciate it.
And I didn't say the words. This is a no-brainer. It really is.
Geez, I was going to try to get that in. It's the collaboration that makes a difference, that makes these things work. And then getting people with energy behind it always is helpful. So thank you for all work. Any public comment?
Barbara Balin, and our fearless leader from the Tuolumne County Land Trust is not here, so I'll speak on behalf of the County Land Trust. But based on an overwhelming response the Land Trust had to cleaning up LC swimming pool last year, which is, I think, in the same district, we had 70 volunteers, and they all wanted to get out between the ages of 70 and 77 to see this historic swimming hole, and it showed the Land Trust that this is a real need in our community to be able to take unmanaged environments and turn them into managed recreation, so that there are leash laws, there are permit things. So we're really pleased and supportive of this, and I think that the area that this is in is actually an example, because there's unmanaged recreation there. I've walked around that whole area. There's little kid-created trails over in the power pole over to Sonora, and so this is just another example of bringing unmanaged and putting an element of safety in there, rather than just sort of user-created. People drag their sleeping bags in there, but there's data that shows that when we community take over these areas, they become safer because we're patrolling them. So I want to applaud Tyler, and also, what I'm just learning is Mr. Lemke and the private-public partnership. I think this is essential for our goals of attracting younger families that will utilize these areas and be able to offset some of the expenses that trails incur. So I just wanted to say on behalf of the Tuolumne County Land Trust, thank you, and we definitely support this project.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Gray and members of the board. I'm Jen Lopez from Tuolumne County Visitors Bureau, and I am here on behalf of the Visitors Bureau just to express our support and enthusiasm for this project, not only as a very positive enhancement to our community, but also for visitors to our community as well. Anytime we can offer our visitors another opportunity to get out and experience our community in a natural and beautiful way is always a positive. So we support this project as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Lemke, adjacent property owner and neighbor. I do have a couple additional positive. Thank you. Would ask for your support for the trail as well. On the exhibit, the upper left-hand corner where it indicates a child road connectivity point, we've had the luxury of being able to get out there and do some advanced surveying, engineering, et cetera, and studies. Our dream was to be able to run the trail through there on our property, and we have some wetlands. We cannot put a trail through the wetlands on a lower point. The neighboring school kids have already taken care of that for us. They've cut their own little trails up and around the wetlands, so by default they've built the trail. But that part of our dream is a little curtailed by respect for some of the environmental conditions out there. On the upper part where we have the bulb just outside of the senior center, our dream is also to continue with an improved emergency vehicle access. The county has given us an easement to be able to have that constructed in the future. This is a wonderful community facility. We've got the full generational span. You will note that there's only one way in, one way out. We would love to get our paved emergency vehicle access through the back of that cul-de-sac sooner than later. That will be tied with our future activities on that property. But until that time, we just have some four-wheel drive type access. Where we connect the trail to the EVA will be a critical design and engineering component. We've been working with staff, identifying our concerns about making sure that they do not conflict. Asphalt's here, trail can't cut a trench through it. We need to be able to get ambulance or fire department on through there. But we're working well with staff, and we look forward to having trails and access for everybody out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Supervisor Brennan.
Mr. Chair, I enthusiastically request that the board approve construction of a trail at 480 Greenlee Road and direct county staff to continue collaborating with the Tuolumne County Transportation Council to construct the project.
Second.
Is that a motion?
Second.
Okay.
Second by Supervisor Rutherford. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Let's take a 10-minute break.
What? For what presentation?
Supervisor Royce, we'd like to get started. Thank you. It was 11. Okay, will the clerk please read item 19?
This is a presentation and report on the July 31st through February 2nd, 2018 Board of Supervisors Planning Retreat.
Mr. Pedro.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, as we've grown accustomed to and it's become part of our pattern when we do our annual planning retreats, I come back the very next board meeting to provide a highlight of that retreat for those that could not or chose not to attend. And so we'll go ahead and I will do that to the best of my abilities. The retreat was last week, so January 31st, Wednesday, January 31st through February 2nd. And what I'm going to do is just kind of go down our wall. And there's a lot of work represented, up here. There's no way to properly do justice to 3 days of retreat and the time I'm going to do this in. But at least it'll give the public a good idea of what we were up to up at Rush Creek Lodge. which, by the way, that location is perfect, for this type of activity, but it's also a reminder of probably one of the best things we've done from an economic development standpoint in conjunction with the owners, the Economic Development Authority, and the County of Tuolumne. So beautiful facility, and it's just outstanding, having a great positive impact for the county as a whole. So with that, I think this is live. Sometimes it does, and sometimes it doesn't. So this is in the rough order in which we did things, at the retreat. So the first couple panels here represented some of the work that your board did on Wednesday afternoon on January 31st. And again, I'm just going to hit the high points here. But your board started off, with some questions about what would you like to accomplish over the next 3 days. What have you accomplished last year, and what do you hope to accomplish, by 2020? That's a mouthful right there. But we started off, what do you hope to accomplish in the next 3 days? And some of the comments your board made were things like focusing on trust building, understand what everyone is doing. It's rare that you have opportunity to sit and dialogue amongst yourselves, but certainly not with all of your department heads in one setting like this. To re-energize, fine-tune, and reset, what we're doing. Continue to exhibit confidence that staff is part of the solution. Try to mold our collective vision and goals. Prioritize finite resources. You were just talking about that earlier today. That's a constant thing that your board has to do. Constant thing. Look back at last year. Track our progress. Again, try to reinforce our sense of team, noting that a true leader is part of a team. You're not leading anybody if you're not part of a team. It was a time for group reflection to identify any bottlenecks that we have in our system. We talked about sacrifice sections. What are we doing that we don't need to do anymore? So there are some things that we could take off the list as part of that prioritization, and part of it just being good stewards of your time and the county's financial resources. Developing strategy mapping, anticipation of any festering issues that may be out there. I wish Mr. Gonzalez was here. He was talking about his use of pilot, what do you call them, pilot projects. That's his way to test things out to see if they might work before implementing them on a broad, long-term basis. And trying to evolve the culture of the Tuolumne County organization, trying to be all that we can be from a customer service-oriented organization that is always looking to improve itself and be the best stewards of our fiscal and human resources. Something else that you talked about quite a bit, and I was glad to see a lot of our community partners that were in the room this morning. We City of Sonora, we have the Chamber of Commerce, we have the Visitors Bureau, a representative from the Tuolumne Utility District, and there's others, the Commission on Aging. These are all some of our community partners. And your board talked a lot about the importance of those relationships. It's one thing to look inside and making sure that we're working as a team within the county organization, but how important it is to work in concert with our partners throughout the rest of the county. And that could be our fire districts, our utility districts, it can be the city, it can be our community service districts. There's a number of nonprofit organizations that the only way that we can really move forward in this community is all working together, trying to share goals and try to somehow combine and make the best use of our collective resources. And sometimes when we talk about this area, I like to throw in, I think that's part of the secret sauce of Tuolumne County, is just how well we're able to do that. And not just amongst the governmental and nonprofit organizations, but as we also saw today, private sector, collaboratives, as well. So your board spent a lot of time talking about that and trying to exhibit some leadership and reaching out, to our partners. And as we just saw, with some recent announcements, it's people retiring, both from staff perspectives, but policy positions throughout the county. We need to constantly keep fresh, those relationships and those connections to be effective in Tuolumne County. Went on to continue to talk about the importance of succession planning, Career development, one of your goals from last year that we're making progress on, but to continue to dig into that and mature our progress in the area of employee development. Develop of common sense strategies, working with those exterior groups, our community partners, and just aligning what we do with our vision and our mission, and continuing to do that. That's a mouthful. That was a good part of your early afternoon session. And Supervisor Hanvelt, you wanted to add?
Yeah, that was a really good exercise for me personally, because I don't do that. As a rule, I don't look back. I'm always looking forward and charging on to the next one. Quit laughing, because it's a confession. But the 2 points were, it was amazing when we aligned that list of accomplishments over the last year. I think we were all kind of mouth open, kind of astounded that all that got done. But it aligned very well with what we laid out that we were going to get done. And that also kind of amazed me. But I think something that we need to share with the public was Lorie's comments. Lorie Kiley is a professor who was our facilitator, amazing woman, and she told us, and she told the staff, that Tuolumne County is recognized around the state as being a get-it-done place. I mean, that we get it done. We are very effective in what we do, maybe the best in the state, certainly up there. And I think it's that list that is the reason things happen here. And in one of the small groups, when she set us aside to talk about things, Liz was leading it, and the reason is we change the game. We find a way to make it happen. Isn't that what you said? Maybe. Okay. And so, but I just think it's important that we share that with people. That was an amazing time.
Sherry made the point, there's problems out there. We chase the problems. We don't let the problems chase us.
Right.
Somewhere along the line there, we had that.
And that thought is definitely captured up here. That's the posture we want to be. We try to do that, and we want to keep that posture. So after talking about these things that we want to accomplish, and there's a lot of how to accomplish them, then we started to get into those definitive lists of accomplishments, and this is still just with your board. And a lot of the middle part of this thing is talking about things that are part of your board goals last year. We talked about that at our early September meeting. And whether it was from IT, things, it was emergency, management, some of the planning things, that this board, has been part of, the streamlining of your processes for development, and a wide array of things. I think, you had all commented, about this might have been one of the most effective years as accomplishing the goals that your board, set forth, to accomplish. I'll pick out a couple where we get the privilege today to turn some dirt on a brand new jail facility. That project, with everything in that whole law and justice complex, that's been 20 years coming, and with a lot of concerted effort in the last half dozen years, with a lot of contacts at the state level. We were talking about is it useful for you to go to some of these organizational meetings and have connections at the state and federal level? Well, if we did not have those connections at the state level, we would not have that new jail, for sure, because that wasn't just one grant, that was 2 grants totaling $33 million. Not too many other counties, can say that they were able to pull that kind of thing off. And that was, again, a lot of staff work, great work by the sheriff, but good work by the board and digging and cultivating that funding. But some of the things that you pointed out, besides some specific projects, also talked about how this board and staff are able to move assets around when needed. You've had to innovate. You punt when you need to punt. Make sure that the resources that we have do get reallocated where they'll do the best good. Again, I talked about that relationship building and networking, the persistence to get after some of these things. You want to talk about the work in emergency services and the persistence to stay on that kind of stuff has definitely borne a lot of fruit. We continue to build on our successes. What are some of the other things? That we continue our readiness to bring in something new, embrace new thinking, new processes, continuous process improvement, one of Supervisor Hanvelt's favorite terms. But again, finishing our bargaining, our general plan progression. We are moving on, marijuana, very challenging subject. Your board is trying to be as thoughtful as you possibly can as we move forward with that process, educating yourselves, learning from what's worked well and not so well with some of the other communities. Forest planning, we talked about the master stewardship agreement, and what a water, no pun intended, but what a watershed event that was to get that agreement in place, and that could be a game changer as far as the stewardship of the Stanislaus National Forest and hopefully others throughout the state. Just looking at some of these things, others included like the projects related to Cedar Ridge, Kuhn Mill Bridge, that backdoor connection for evacuation of people from that community because they really were landlocked last year, and through a lot of hard work and God's good grace is holding off on the wet stuff until we could get that project done. That worked out really well. Again, your board noted things about building trust, the culture change. Again, we do have budget constraints and wanted to do what we can to get the economy going. Even though we have progress, we want to expedite that and expand it. Let's see. Again, always asking the question: what did we learn from that, so we can do it differently and have a better outcome? We certainly have talked a lot about that with our capital projects and things that we've learned from that. But there's a lot of things that we've been doing. We're moving the ball down the field, but we're learning as we go, so that we're better and better as we move forward. And then we can disagree, but we can do so without being disagreeable. And that's, maybe I didn't say it that smoothly. I can say easier to say than it is to do, but that's true. It's wonderful when you can put the tough issue on the table in front of you, and you can talk about that issue, but don't make it personal. Whether you're here in this board chambers, staff working with other community partners, focus on those tough issues, and you can disagree about that, but not be disagreeable with one another. And that's just good relationship, good leadership. So those are just some of the things that your board had talked about in the first half day of the retreat. Carl.
Yeah, real quick. I don't want to go past this without saying this. And we said it, I think, both Thursday and Friday again. But there's a reason why that's such sloppy writing. The gal that was doing our scribing for us kept running out of room on the accomplishments list. And not one of those is a minor accomplishment in and of itself. And it could not have been done without just an awesome staff. I mean, really awesome staff. What Supervisor Hanvelt said earlier about being known throughout the state, it's not just because the supervisors are out there. It's because the staff is doing the hard follow-up. I like to characterize it as I or Randy or Evan or whoever kicks the door down, but the staff runs through the door, okay, and the staff gets it done, and we have an incredible staff.
Well, and as Larry said, this is how the board kind of shut down the day, is being able to enjoy some of those fruits of the collective labor. So when we started the next day, Tuesday, and that's when all the department directors joined us for a full day, with them. I think as Larry put it, well, this is your chance to talk with the board because they're in a very agreeable mood right now because they were able to rejoice in all the accomplishment, from the prior year. But then they were able to add in, too, not only looking at the formal accomplishment of the formal board goals, but also some of the things that they've been able to accomplish that are not on your formal board goal list. And every time we talk about the board goal list, it's just the tip top of the iceberg of the work and the services that gets done through county government. Again, this is a massive beast. This business that we have has so many product lines, if you will, from airports to behavioral health, to jails to animal control to there's just so many things. So there's a lot of good work going on. Some of the other things that the departments talked about. Some improvements in the area of our property tax. That team that went out and reassessed, our property values coming out of the Great Recession. They were very proud of that. The progress made on our employee development plan. The veterans our new veteran service officer. Also bringing on Mr. Gonzalez, as our new CRA director. Some good hires that have occurred. The cross-training and succession planning that is happening in all of our departments. Improvements in several of our web pages so people can do more and more of their business online, get better information online. The training, again, that's going on. The increase in foster homes, foster parents out there in the community. There's a much greater need that's still there, but there has been a notable increase in that area. The new juvenile facility is being looked at as a gold standard for rehabilitative treatment throughout the state, and that's something to be proud about. There's there's some partnerships I didn't know about with some of our private sector businesses. As an example, if you recall, the one was mentioned with Embers and their cooking and teaching the kids some of those skills. GIS collaboration in the area of GIS between our community resource agency and the assessor recorders office. We talked about the stewardship program, the tree mortality. District attorney is very proud of the diversity she's brought to her office. Also an elder abuse grant that she was able to obtain to help her do a better job in looking after elder members of our community that may be getting taken advantage of. The sheriff stood up and said for the first time he could remember in a long time that they were fully staffed. That's tremendous to be able to do that. Just because they have the positions doesn't mean he has the bodies, to put onto the streets. The homeless problem is definitely an issue, but there have been some strides made with the help of Supervisor Brennan, getting that grant through the Sonora Area Foundation. We have a better count of what's going on in our community, and our departments are collaborating in a lot of ways and helping with that. Not solving it. I don't know if it's ever going to be solved, but they've been doing a lot of work in that area. A lot of discussion about grants. Your board has commented on that. Everything from bridges to elder abuse grants or whatever it may be. Hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars that your departments have gone out and secured to advance the good work that they're doing. Here's that phrase that you mentioned before: a problem doesn't chase us, we chase the problem. And that's the thrust of your staff. That's what you want. That's certainly the posture of this Board of Supervisors. Again, progress been made in economic development. Let's see. Just the fun that we're having. We talked about, we went on to our 8th annual Employee Appreciation Barbecue. The things that we've done at Christmas time just to build, that good spirit of family, and our Christmas activities that we've put on with our staffs. Here's one talking about the relationship with our tribes are unique amongst the state. Again, you guys see that. I hear it. We've had invitations. I know Trace has been invited to go and present with our local the Tuolumne tribe on things. Actually, just minutes before coming back into the board chamber, I'm talking with the executive director of the Tuolumne tribe and the head of their economic development arm. We have that kind of relationship, and it's good to have and not to be taken for granted. The progress being made on our new phone system, our new county network. The new library director is another great gain that we have. We don't take these things for granted. The decision that was made on fleet services, so now we're moving forward on that. It's been kind of a prickly issue for a long time, but we have direction and moving forward with that. anyway, so many things that are on here, and it was good to sit back and to be able to look at that and say, that's a job well done. And I'm going to cue you, Randy, because there was a lot of this going on. Do you know how to use that weapon? Very good. There you go. All right. So once we got done at that, looking at some of these achievements, and then with our department directors, we moved on to what are the forces, that could impact us in the coming year, thinking into the future. Some of these aren't really positive, but it's things like the regulatory changes that can happen, and your board's very sensitive to that, I know. State and federal laws and regulations that we have to live with that do impact not only how we operate, but things that the private sector, can do. It inhibits what's possible by way of service, how we provide those services, and what people can even do with their properties. This afternoon, you're talking about a very important one with regard to groundwater and septic system requirements. Very important. We didn't dream it up, but we have to respond, to this new state requirement. Ag regulations. There was limitations that were proposed last year, but again, due to the contacts with CSAC and RCRC, we were able to fight it off. That would have limited our ability to contract with all the nonprofit organizations within our community. That would have been horrific if that would have gone through. That's how we do a lot of our business, particularly in the health and human
That's
services.
a continuing battle.
Right.
It's back, and we're going to have to gird our loins and go to battle one more time.
Right.
At least.
Well, hopefully we'll be able to defend it because we can do more with less and do it better with those kinds of nonprofit, contract relationships. Things like the Affordable Care Act, we don't know how all that's really going to spin out. That's definitely in a state of flux. It's being changed incrementally. SB 1, that's our transportation funding package. There's an effort to try to get signatures to repeal that. And just saying that if we don't have that revenue, our road crews are already half of what they used to be, and the roads are in horrible shape. Not just here in Tuolumne County; it's a statewide, nationwide, issue. And starting this coming year, we're going to see we got about $1 million planned to get this year. It's going to be a little over $2 million next year, and it's going to grow rapidly after that to somewhere over $4 million a year. Which will almost double our road fund budget, so people can actually see that stuff. I've heard it's called asphalt. Go onto the ground and do some repairs, much needed repairs to our road system. We've got to look out for things like in-home supportive services. Your board's aware of that, where it's a state program to provide services in the homes of people who need assistance, but it's a state program. It's their employees. They set the rules and the wages. And yet we're responsible for that, and they want to shift more cost to us. We need to stay diligent about looking out for that, and watch the state generally how they just push programs and expenses, down to us. PERS, we know that's a big, it's a giant issue. The changes that are being made by the PERS board, increasing the amount that we need to pay to accelerate the funding of the unfunded liability in PERS. Cannabis, complicated, controversial, and again, your board's trying to do this as thoughtfully as you possibly can, learning what you can, the best practices throughout the state. Some of the changes in air quality that we're going to have to deal with. And again, if we were just left under our own devices, we wouldn't have an issue, but we're the recipient of poor air coming up from the valley and still get graded regardless of where that stuff's coming from. The challenges related to solid waste and recycling requirements that are put upon us. Switch into the economy, or things that can hurt us or help us economically, state and federal funding. I always like to remind folks, when I talk about the county, if you read our contracts, it says a political subdivision of the state of California. Counties were created as an extension of the state to provide services. And the state gets a lot of its money from the federal government, and they add their own, and then it comes to counties, but we rarely get what we need to actually pay for the services that we're directed to provide. The change where community development block grants, which have been so helpful in providing needed infrastructure for low-income areas of our county, that also helps things like us to help with Rush Creek and other economic development projects. We don't have that available anymore. Anyway, a number of things. Environment, we've been hit with fires, floods, drought, tree mortality. Adding to that, now we've got things like new pests and diseases. We've got limitations on pesticides to combat some of that stuff. Some of that is just what nature throws at you. Some of it is what state and federal regulations throw at you. As far as changes amongst our citizenry, we're seeing an aging population. That's a newsflash to this board, I know. But to the extent that we see a younger generation wanting to come here, we need to provide housing, and we need construction workers to build that housing. And that's something that your board, both here locally and also through your statewide and national associations, are trying to combat. The need for child care was brought up, to support these young families to come here. More and more you see two worker families, and they need child care that's affordable. And it was kind of a kick to talk about what's the impact of some of these self-driving cars going to mean up here. And there's some changes that our assessor recorder was talking about, and changes in our commercial real estate and how that could be used in different ways in the future. So after talking about some of these forces that could impact us, then we went into spent half the day talking about what the departments had to say through annual reports to your board. They covered 3 big areas, and this one little flip chart does no justice to this whatsoever. But this was half the day, talking about the opportunities and possibilities that every single department was facing, their threats or risks that their individual departments were facing, and then the resource needs. And I'll just flash this. This was and still is on the website. It's a little handbook that was put together that has each of the individual reports. It's 67 pages of information, detailed information on every department in the county, covering each of those areas. So if someone wants to know what's happening in Tuolumne County and those departments, look it up. It's a lot of good information in here. But we spent a lot of hours, going through that with the departments. At the end of this session, we took a break, and then what's not up here, just it's hard to portray, but every department head was given, was it 2 or 3 little sticky notes, and asked to put what are the 3 top priority things that they saw needed throughout county government, and they went in groups and stuck them on the wall. And then Loree and her assistant that night went back to their rooms and tried to make sense of what they heard, but they went back and told us the next day, well, I'll hold that thought for a minute. But it was really clear what the departments were saying. So the next morning, the board reconvened. Let me put this here. The board reconvened and started talking about governance issues. Just get our minds going before we got to the super heavy lifting things. But some of the things that you shared amongst yourselves, and when a decision is made, we need to follow through. We need to govern with our other jurisdictions within the community, our other partners. And again, just a little bit of a repeat, but the water district involvements, our tribes, our schools, and so on down the list. We need to work together. That's a priority, and be working towards a common goal in our community. Again, exhibiting flexibility where appropriate, maintaining stability, building relationships before you need them. We talked about things like emergency services. When a fire happens, that's not the time to say, hi, I'm Craig, and who are you? You need to know who your partners are, and you need to practice together, and you have to have that trust together in order to move on and accomplish the work. We're also seeing things like that through Mo's work with the NDRC projects, and going out into the community, making contacts, throughout the community, and that's just part of, again, the secret sauce that makes Tuolumne County work. I'll go ahead and mention it was a different one that Sherry threw in about how the city of Sonora is such an important part of our community. Is almost like, could we somehow redistrict so everyone can have a piece and share in the vision of the city of Sonora, again, respecting the city separate, but out of that earnest desire to understand and appreciate and share in that a little bit. For your board to spread assignments, because you all have all these 60 some odd or 70 some odd committees and things that you all participate in with a primary, and sometimes there's 2 members, and then you always have alternates, and spreading that because the load is very, very heavy. This board is more active in committees and commissions and those things like NACO and CSAC and RCRC than any board that I can recall in spades. Utilizing the resources, the connections that you guys have built. You're constantly reminding staff, what can we do? Tell us what we can do to add value or do something that the staff cannot do, and we're trying to do that. Purposefulness in shifting of priorities, trying to set, there's so much going on now. Staff is feeling a bit overwhelmed. So anywhere the board can help and be clear on priorities and shifting those and adapting as needed, much appreciated. Again, your board did reemphasize the employee development value statement and putting feet to those actions, making sure that you're all prepared when you come to meetings. There's a little bit of discussion about trying to minimize the use of technology and cells during meetings, so that the way Larry put it is that that everyone is present at the meetings. There was some discussion about how we could do a better job in our staff reports or briefing documents, as some would call, so that we're have a good summary at the front with detail in the back, and we could be a little more efficient and clear in our staff work, so we can help the board do the best job it can do. So after this, I'm getting close to the wind-up. So back to the departments, what were the big areas that the departments came in with? The ones that were the highest, the most frequently cited was staffing, technology, and facilities. To have the staff to do the work and to do it well. The technology, to leverage technology so people can be more efficient, and to the extent that can reduce the need for staffing or staffing increases or the type of staffing, we want to leverage that as much as we can. Our facilities, go ahead, Carl, you wanted to comment?
Well, I just wanted to comment because I think you might have misled some people a little bit. Those 5 categories were the top 5 from the
staff.
From the staff based on their dots.
Correct.
Those dots up there are the board's dots.
Right. Okay. If I didn't make that clear, you're right. These categories came from the output from the staff. And then there's one that got thrown in here because no one was putting a vote to it, and that was emergencies. Like, who's going, I vote for an emergency. It just happens. And you might as well not have to put a vote on it because it's going to happen. We're going to have to deal with it. And then, so these were the big priority areas of the departments. And then what the board did was to go ahead and come in the first pass, we were given 2 dots.
Yeah.
The board gave 2 dots. And go put it on your highest priority areas. We had one person that expanded the rules and tore their dot in half. I didn't hear that, Chairman.
You're talking about game changers, right?
That's right. That's
okay,
right.
I'm a game changer.
That's right. But that was the first pass. So where you see the green dots is where the board was thinking those were some of the highest priority areas. And then we got, it was the same number, 2 yellow dots. And then it was coming back on a second pass, and then you'll see a lot of yellow dots in here. And the ones that had the most collective dots were staffing, IT, facilities and infrastructure, and financing funding. And that led us on to a discussion that these things really need to work together. And how do you prioritize amongst these things? Because some of them absolutely work together as part of a system. And how do you prioritize those things? This was just big, broad categories in this discussion, but in the back of everyone's mind were the things that the board had heard the day before amongst all the staff. So as far as next steps, trying to funnel this thing down, clarity of direction to staff, addressing staffing workload, trying to be as efficient as we can, certainly looking at increasing revenue, thinking systematically, how do these things work together. Economic development became a big part of the discussion, there as a focus. Creating, revenue, looking at what's the best return for our investment, talking about some of the things that perhaps Mr. Cope, Mr. Gonzalez, and I can do to help pinpoint some of these top opportunities for economic development in our community and work together to help those projects get over the top and actually come to fruition. Talking about our multi-year planning processes, a framework for how do you prioritize these things. And we're trying to get closer to landing the ship, and we'd already spent most all the morning doing this, and came the discussion, and I think with Supervisor Hanvelt, what he was referring to, he wanted to see a thriving community. What he was referring to was our county vision statement. And I'll just read it. It's also on the board in the back. It says, Tuolumne County is a place where all citizens enjoy opportunities to thrive in a safe, healthy, and productive community. And I know that's what he was hearkening to. So it's very appropriate. That's our county vision. So, should we not be being vision-oriented in what we do? So out of that was a question, from me to the board, that, what might be a guiding principle here. And it was focusing in on economic development and internal resourcing. These are my words, but I think it's a sentiment we were trying to share. Focus to help the community and the organization thrive. And those are easy words to put on a piece of paper, a whole lot easier to divine and put into concrete priorities. But what are some of the tools? And I think this is where Carl chimed in, that we do have things that we have in place that we can try to put this into. We have a multi-year program and projects plan, and we like that we didn't call it a strategic plan, but basically a work plan that we do. It's multi-year. We've done it 3 years. We've made it 5 years because you can have all these different priorities, but you don't have to try to do them, and you shouldn't try to do them all at once. You can spread some of those things out. You also have the opportunity to prioritize through your board goals, which is a subset of that program and project plan. We also have our multi-year budget forecast, and out of that comes some strategic direction, from your board. And certainly, you've got the coming year budget, where we'll really be putting feet to it on what you really feel the highest priorities coming out of this retreat, and making those difficult priority decisions that the board needs to make. So there you have it, 3 days summarized in a very short time.
Supervisor Hanvelt.
Yeah, I want to say, I know a lot of them aren't here, but I want to say to the staff, I appreciate the work they put in to put that book together and look at all those things and give us that input. Appreciate their time and the leadership, what they did. And, this is a great opportunity to reset ourselves, re-benchmark ourselves, and very frankly, re-energize ourselves as an organization to move forward. And in doing so, I have to say, learn a real appreciation for what, I don't know how to say it, a high-performing group the county staff really is. I mean, sure, we got our lumps and our things that we have stubbed our toe on and a few things like that. But when you look at the body of accomplishment, this county is more amazing than our public realizes in what they do. Their dedication, their commitment is just astounding, We heard story after story about people who excel in what they do, and you got to be proud of them. And I'm proud to be on the team.
Anyone else? I think, thank you, Mr. Pedro. From the perspective of setting up there for those 3 days and going over all of these items, it really makes you realize how complex county government is. It's a big animal, and Board of Supervisors set up here, and we come up with these great ideas, and some of them aren't so great, but and no-brainers. But in order to get all this done, it's like Randy said, we have to have a staff, and we've got a wonderful staff in this county. It amazes me all the time, the things I see to get done. And there's so many more than what's up there on that wall. So I don't want people to think that that's just it. It's just going on every day. So kudos to our county staff, and I'm thankful that they're here every day. Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah, if I can just add one thing. It just came to mind while you were talking. And that is that this is a tremendous amount that's been accomplished this year. We have at least that much that we need to accomplish in the coming year. The staff is phenomenal. They're also, to an extent, stretched. So I would encourage the public to, when you find areas that we're not doing as well as we could be doing in, also consider the fact that we have limited resources. And if you want more resources applied in place A or task A, they're going to come from somewhere. And that's the reality of what we deal with, and Mr. Pedro, Tracy Riggs deal with on a day-to-day basis. So very, very tough choices. Fortunately, we have an awesomely productive staff, and I want to thank them for everything that they do to get all of this stuff done with really some significantly limited resources.
Okay. It certainly wasn't an action item, so. Any public comment?
Well, time's a ticking. Mr. Pedro needs to be given a 20-minute limit.
Too much material.
So.
We don't pay him by the hour.
I know. I just want to say, because I'm here a lot and I pay attention and I hear crap out there and I read stuff, and the public really should pay attention, and we really should be very grateful and appreciative of everything that you've been able to accomplish, and the staff and everybody in this past year. Because people say all kinds of things, and it comes from a very ignorant, uninformed place, I think. And I really appreciate the fact that this board works really well together. And you do agree to disagree, and you aren't just reactive like someone down the street. You're very proactive, and and we benefit a lot from that. And we're a little dinky tiny county, and we're getting millions and billions of dollars into this county to help us get things accomplished, and you need to be celebrated for that.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. We've got to be over at the jail site. Should we just adjourn now and come back?
You have certain prerogatives, Mr.
I
Chairman.
think we'll go ahead and adjourn to our 12, and then we'll reconvene at the jail site at 12 o'clock. Does that work? All right. We do have a quorum. I'd like to reconvene the Board of Supervisors meeting of February 6, 2018. We're going to have a public hearing. What I would like to do right now is kind of read the procedures that we're going to follow for this public hearing. Everybody that has a cell phone really would like to make sure that they're turned off, because it does create some problems. So what we're going to do, the board clerk is going to read the item. I'll open the public hearing. We'll have a staff report. Board of Supervisors will ask some questions. The applicant, Boudreaux AT&T, will be allowed 10 minutes for their presentation. Then it'll come back for the board for questions. The appellate, Hewlett and Vaughn, 10 minutes. Board of Supervisors questions. Appellate Harris, 10 minutes. Board of Supervisors questions. Then I'll call for speakers in favor of the project. How many plan on speaking today? Okay, so one of the things that's important, we'll have a 2-minute time limit, but if someone has spoke before you and you plan on saying the exact same thing, please consider that, and if you need to get up here, that's fine, but repeats really don't help the process that much. I'll call for speakers in favor of the project, call for speakers in opposition, call for neutral speakers, then I'll call for rebuttal, and I'll call for rebuttal. I'll close the public hearing, and then the Board of Supervisors will have a discussion and action. So will the clerk please read our 1:30 appointment?
This is a public hearing to consider Boudreaux appeal of the Tuolumne County Planning Commission's decision regarding a conditional use permit.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Van Essen, and I'm the lead project planner for conditional use permit 17-005. The applicant for the project is AT&T and Epic Wireless, and the property owner is Elizabeth and Bruce Boudreaux. For the project description, conditional use permit 17-005 to allow the construction of a 110-foot tall stealth wireless telecommunications tower, equipment shelter, and relative equipment within a 45-foot by 40-foot fence compound on assessor parcel number 58-540-004. The project is on a 45.34 acre parcel zoned RE5, which stands for residential estate 5-acre minimum, and A10, which stands for general agricultural 10-acre minimum under Title 17 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code. The location of the project is 8555 Dante Drive, which is approximately 3,050 feet west of the intersection of French Flat Road and Rawhide Road within Supervisory District 5. And it has a general plan designation of RR, which stands for rural residential. This is our project site map. As you can see, the surrounding parcels are typically of minimum zoning of 2 acres. We also have some agricultural zoning around it and some public. Excuse me, general plan, not zoning. As for the design, the tower will be designed as a 110-foot tall monopine tree and will include up to 12 antennas, 19 remote radio units, 1 outdoor equipment cabinet, and 1 standby propane generator. And the 40 by 45-foot chain link fence has been conditioned to require earth tone slats to help conceal the equipment. This is a photo sim that was provided by Epic Wireless. As you can see, the proposed tower is up here in the right-hand corner. This is looking at Rawhide Road. Another photo sim. This is actually from the Boudreaux's front yard. They are the property owners. The applicant submitted all the Tuolumne County Wireless Ordinance requirements, including but not limited to setback requirements, alternative site analysis, visual compatibility, and an FCC compliance report, and we consider the application complete. In total, we've received 26 comments on the proposed project and 3 petitions. 22 comments were in opposition, 1 in favor, and 3 that were neutral. Two petitions were opposed to the project, which included in total 144 signatures. 1 petition was in favor of the application and included 27 signatures. Concerns were received, including concerns regarding health and safety, decreased property value, land use. I'm going to go through each of these and I'll let you know how we addressed it. So we received some concerns regarding the notification of the project, the noticing of the project. Property owners within 1,000 feet of the project were notified. The Tuolumne County Ordinance Code does not require notice to businesses that may have an interest in the project, and pursuant to Government Code 650-93, the failure of any person or entity to receive notice shall not constitute grounds for a court to invalidate the actions of a local agency for which the notice was given. We received numerous complaints regarding the health and safety, concerns regarding the health and safety. The Tuolumne County Ordinance Code requires applicants to submit a compliance report verifying the facility meets the FCC standards. The proposed tower submitted the radio frequency emissions compliance report that was prepared by Waterford Consultants on March 23, 2017. The report states that the proposed facility will be compliant with the radio frequency radiation exposure limits set by the FCC. Additionally, federal regulation prevents the state or local government to regulate the placement, construction, and modification of personal wireless service facilities on the basis of the environmental effects of radio frequency emissions to the extent that the frequency emissions comply with the FCC regulations. In terms of decreased property value, Section 15064E of the California Environmental Quality Act, also known as CEQA, states that the economic and social changes resulting in a project shall not be treated as significant effects on the environment. Therefore, these impacts are not considered under CEQA. We have received no substantial evidence indicating that the project will result in decreased property value aside from concerns regarding health and safety, which, as I stated earlier, federal regulation prohibits state or local governments to regulate past the point of FCC regulations. We also got some complaints about the land use, complaints that the tower was not an appropriate use of land on that zoning district. The proposed tower is located on a site zoned RE5 and A10. The Wireless Communications Ordinance within the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code states that a wireless facility is allowed as a conditional use on both RE5 and A10 zone properties, and we're seeing that conditional use permit today. We got concerns regarding aesthetics. The proposed tower will be designed as a monopine tree. Additionally, the site is surrounded by mature ponderosa trees and has been conditioned to be painted earth tones. The surrounding ponderosa trees will adequately screen the proposed equipment. Please keep in mind this is the actual facility, the fenced facility, not the actual tower. It's pretty difficult to screen an actual wireless tower. In terms of violation of CCNRs, we got some complaints regarding that. The Tuolumne County ordinance, Tuolumne County does not enforce nor have the jurisdiction to enforce CCNRs. In terms of access and road maintenance, we got some complaints regarding illegal access to the site. Dante Drive is dedicated to the public, but not implemented into the county-maintained road system. And if the covenants, conditions, and restrictions of Heavenly Hills subdivision have further restrictions, they're outside the purview of Tuolumne County. We had some concerns regarding general plan consistency and two sections of the general plan in specific. The first was Goal 10B of the economic development element, which states, promote the improvement of the infrastructure such as water and sewer lines, roads, power, railroads and airports, and communication facilities throughout the county to increase marketability of the county for the retention, expansion, and attraction of business. And our response to that is that the proposed project will improve and expand telecommunication and internet infrastructure within Tuolumne County. The new tower would improve cell service, 4G and LTE data services, and internet. The project will provide improvements to infrastructure, help retain and expand businesses and industry, and therefore staff has determined that the proposed project is consistent with Goal 10B. The second goal in question was Goal 10F of the economic development element of the general plan, which states the goal is to encourage retention and expansion of existing businesses, attraction of new businesses and industry, and assist in entrepreneurial programs to generate local employment opportunities, reduce retail leakage out of the county, trade area, and diversify the local economy while maintaining its environmental and cultural integrity. Our response to this is that the proposed tower will bring cell phone coverage and high-speed internet into an area that's defined by the FCC as deficient in both these services. Increasing telecommunication abilities will help expand and retain existing businesses, therefore will be consistent with Goal 10F of the general plan. The next concern was regarding landscaping and a lack of a landscaping plan. The intent of Section 1753-170A of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, which states that a landscaping plan shall be submitted to identify existing vegetation and implement vegetation on site to help screen the facility and not the tower. The applicant submitted a site plan which identifies existing vegetation on site, including mature ponderosa trees. After a site inspection, it was determined that the existing vegetation dominates the site and adequately screened the facility to meet the intent of 1753-170A. Moving on to co-location analysis, there's concern that this was not conducted by AT&T and Epic Wireless. Our ordinance code requires the submittal of an alternative site analysis, and the applicant has submitted the required analysis, which identified 3 alternative sites. Our ordinance code also requires facilities to make available unutilized space for co-location of other providers. The elevational drawings of the site plan indicate that space will be available for up to 2 additional providers from 70 feet to 85 feet of elevation. The last concern raised was regarding coverage analysis, and AT&T has submitted the required coverage map showing the availability of existing services and the availability of services after the construction of the tower. On December 20th, 2017, the project was seen by the Tuolumne County Planning Commission, in which they approved the project. On December 26, 2017, we received an appeal for the project by Mr. and Mrs. Vaughn with an addendum from Ben Hewlett. And on December 29, 2017, we received an appeal for the project from Mr. and Mrs. Harris. For your decision process today, your Board of Supervisors may approve the project with conditions, approve the project with modifications, or deny the project. Thank you, and please let me know if you have any questions.
Okay, first I'm going to open the public hearing, and are there any questions from the board at this time? I do have one just for clarification. I think I heard you correctly, that we cannot establish regulations greater than what the FCC applies to for this type of tower?
That's for health and safety, yes.
For health and safety. All right, thank you. All right, no questions at this time from the board. The applicant may speak on behalf of the project if they're here. And we have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. There will be a couple of us speaking today.
Okay.
My name is Stephanie Dowdle. I'm with Epic Wireless. We represent AT&T. AT&T is proposing a wireless facility at this location for 2 reasons. First, to provide high-speed internet to an underserved area as part of the Connect America Fund, and second, to provide wireless coverage. We have Julie from AT&T here who will expand on that a little bit. As far as the wireless coverage goes, wireless cell phone service has become an absolute necessity for both public safety and everyday living. From 2007 to 2014, AT&T saw a 100,000% increase in mobile data traffic on its network. That's not 100%, it's not 1,000%, that's 100,000%. In total, national mobile data traffic is estimated to increase another 6-fold from 2015 until 2020. Cell phones are not going away. This monopine will provide greater coverage to this area. It's carefully hidden in a grove of trees and is located more than 1,100 feet away from the nearest neighborhood house. Approval of this project is vital for ensuring that this area will receive sufficient coverage and high-speed internet. Now, to address some of those CAF 2 details, I'd like to introduce Julie.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Board. My name is Julie Tone. I'm Director of External Affairs for AT&T. And the purpose of this new site build in Tuolumne County is in support of the Connect America Fund program. That's a program by the FCC to focus on build out of high-speed broadband internet services. Connect America Fund is very focused on building out high-speed internet access to rural and underserved areas, and the FCC has identified specific census blocks that either A, lack broadband internet coverage, or B, lack broadband internet coverage of speeds of 10 meg down, 1 meg up. I do, however, want to clarify one thing, that this new site build, if AT&T is going to build a new site build and in Tuolumne County, yes, we're going to build it for high-speed broadband internet. That is the purpose of this build. But because we're able to have a new site build in Tuolumne County, we'll also provide cellular coverage on the tower, and also it will provide the FirstNet, prioritization of the public safety network here in Tuolumne County. And this network is going to be very, very important as you think about some of the major events even this county has faced, fires, could be potential floods, etc. So it's going to accelerate the public safety network, thus public safety response for all those first responders. So thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Raj Mathur. I'm with Hammett and Edison. We are an independent consulting engineering firm located in Sonoma, and I am a licensed professional electrical engineer in the state of California. Our job as engineers is to evaluate sites like these for radio frequency exposure or RF exposure compliance with the FCC standard. We've reviewed the Waterford report that is part of your application packet, and we agree with its conclusion that the site will comply with the FCC limits. The maximum calculated RF exposure level anywhere aground or at any of the nearby homes and buildings is 1.4% of the FCC limit. What that means is that the levels are about 70 times below that limit. There's two main reasons the levels are so low. The first is that the antennas are directional. That means that they do not emit energy equally in all directions. The vast majority of the energy is in a narrow beam 100 feet above ground where the antennas are, pointed out towards the horizon, so away from where all the people are at ground level in their homes. The second reason is that the radio frequency exposure levels fall with the square of the distance. And again, what that means is that when you go twice as far away, the exposure level will drop by 4 times, the square of 2. If you go 10 times as far away, the levels will drop by 100 times, the square of 10. So with distance, the exposure is dropping exponentially. And again, those are the two main reasons why the levels are so low at ground and at nearby homes. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions right now? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Amanda Monchamp, and I'm with Holland & Knight. I'm legal counsel to AT&T. I just wanted to hit a couple quick points that involve some legal issues. I had provided a letter before the Planning Commission from December 19th, which I think goes through the issues that had been raised then, and I think they're the same now. As to this concern about the CC&Rs and the road access, those CC&Rs in Section 2A specifically allow access if you have the signed permission of the declarant. We do have that permission, so there is access to the site. You just heard about the RF emissions, and to Supervisor Gray's point, or question, there is a legal limit under the FCC guidelines, and this site has been shown to be within those guidelines. And then lastly, I think the staff report was very thorough, but as to the claims about Goal 10B, we agree that provision of this additional wireless and broadband service will actually improve the business climate and generate more business here in your community. So those are just quick 3 points, and if you have any questions, we're happy to address them.
Thank you. Specific questions? Supervisor Hanvelt.
Could I ask the engineer to come back up? Look, I fully understand dispersion of the signal, square the distance, that kind of thing. So what is the intensity of the radiation RF signal emission at the tower, and what are the FCC health requirements that it has to be below? I'm trying to establish whether this thing is safe at emission or not.
So because of what I described, how the energy emits from the antenna, the levels at the base of the tower are actually not where the maximum is, because there's very little energy actually going straight down. And so the maximum occurs about 150 feet away because of this effect. And again, that maximum is 1.4% of the FCC limit.
That's what I need to know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
And it reduces the further out you go.
That's correct.
By the
Yeah.
square of the distance, so.
Square the dis- I got
Yeah.
understand. Thank you.
Mhm. Thank you.
Okay, we have Board of Supervisors. Now we have the appellate, Vaughn and Hewlett, 10 minutes.
We have 3 speakers today.
We have 10 minutes.
Great. I'm Raoul Vaughn. I live next to the proposed site, and my daughter, Eva Claire, is a 5-year-old student in Waldorf School. And I don't want her growing up 24/7 in the shadow of a giant cell tower. And I'm not alone. 160 people have signed petitions against the cell tower. So we've got about 100 of them here. And you guys have those as well. And that's pretty impressive for our small community. So although most of them can't be here today in person, it's important for you to know that a large number of your engaged constituents are firmly against this cell tower, and they want it relocated away from Waldorf School. And the question we all have is, why does it need to be located here? Can it be located somewhere else? Can it use an existing co-location facility and be located there? Unfortunately, we don't have the answer to that because AT&T hasn't completed a thorough analysis of alternative existing co-location sites as required by the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code. So I'm not talking about alternative site analysis. I'm going to make that clear. I'm going to read to you from your ordinance code. An analysis shall be prepared by and on behalf of the applicant which identifies all, and I repeat, all, reasonable, technologically feasible alternative locations or facilities which would provide the proposed communication service. So the question I have is, where is the co-location analysis showing how AT&T can use existing facilities or existing towers used by Conifer or Verizon? And we don't have that. So where is the analysis showing how they could increase power at one of their existing towers that already provides service to the area? So according to the CRA, AT&T, although they provided the alternative site analysis, they didn't provide an analysis of existing co-location facilities. And as I look on Google Earth, and you can do this yourself, you'll see that there's an existing facility only 2.1 miles away from Waldorf School. So where is the co-location analysis? Let me continue reading from your ordinance. The intention of the alternatives analysis is to present alternative strategies which would minimize the number, size, and adverse environmental impacts of facilities. This is important. The analysis shall address the potential for co-location at an existing site. I'm not talking about AT&T sharing the sites with others. I'm talking about AT&T using a Verizon tower, AT&T using a Conifer tower. So that's the question I have is, how can you approve this project if they haven't met the basic requirements of your own ordinance code? And the answer is you can't. Not if you want to comply with your own ordinance code. And that's the standard that 165 parents hold you to, comply with your own code. And why shouldn't AT&T have to play by the same set of rules as the little guy? So in order to, that's the basic argument. And in order to access this site, you need to go through my private property via Dante Drive, which is a private road. There's a road easement that allows access for residential use only. And I've heard that it's not, under the purvey of the county, but those documents were legally filed with the county when the property owner bought their property. And if you approve this project and I sue the property owner, I'm going to sue in your local county court. So it seems to me all those things are under the county, and you're the head of the county. So I just want to address that right now. And then finally, 3 different bond studies, and one of them is covering Los Angeles, show nearby property values go down between 2 and 22% when a cell tower is built. And here's the interesting part. The 11th Circuit Court of Appeals has ruled that a reduction in property values is sufficient reason for a local government to not approve a cell tower. And I want to make it clear, we're not against this technology, but what 165 parents want to know is, why does it have to be there? And we want you to either make AT&T use existing co-location facilities or move the tower to an alternative site. And I'd like to introduce the next speaker, Alex Zabarka, who will cover our health concerns.
Thank you.
I ask that all present that agree with Raul, raise your hands. Show support for the Board of Supervisors. Okay, great. I'm Alex Barca, father of 2 children at the school, 4th grader and a kindergartner. Just because I'm tight on time, I'm going to go pretty quickly with this. I've been a healthcare professional for 20 years. I'm currently the behavioral health director of services that in 4 counties that cover the 4 rural foothills here. I want to mention the comments about the safety, the alleged safety of RF exposure, and with these algorithms that are given about, well, the farther you are away, right, as you go away further from it, exponentially it gets less impactful. It's interesting to know that the FCC, by their own regulations, use, when they study this, they mostly use thermal impacts, meaning if it heats you, it harms you. If it doesn't heat you, then it doesn't harm you. This is the bulk of their studies by their own regulations. As a matter of fact, it was confirmed by the EAP in 2002. They confirmed in writing that the FCC guidelines do not cover long-term, chronic, non-thermal microwave radiation exposures, which happens to be what this cell tower does. Why would we move forward with this when the EPA has admitted that there is no such safety studies, because they mostly focus on thermal impacts? The FCC cannot claim the towers will be safe when they are not focusing, when they're solely focusing on thermal studies. One of my major points is that just 3 weeks ago, I don't know if you know, but the California Department of Public Health Director, Dr. Karen Smith, admitted to the dangers of this kind of exposure and recommended that at the very least we get away from it as much as we can. The dangerous health impacts to humans range from damaged sperm mobility, DNA alteration and damage, human cell hardening, and much more. Knowing this, why would we place this cell tower so close to a school after the health department has recommended we do the opposite? Lastly, here in the foothills, we understand the importance of having a strong firefighter brigade during the dry summer months, as evidenced by the recent Butte and Rim fires. Cell towers have been placed on top of firehouses throughout the years. The International Association of Firefighters have begun to fight this because of the health impacts they saw on their firefighters who were starting to fall ill when these cell towers were placed on their property. They saw them having increased risk of danger of cancer, lymphoma, tumors, DNA breakage, leukemia, disruption of sleep patterns, headaches, and a grim parade of neurological changes. If strong men are falling ill from such exposures, what will happen to the far more vulnerable children at the school? On behalf of the 160 parents and residents who signed this petition against the cell tower, my wife and I respectfully urge you to vote no on this project and ask AT&T to relocate it. I would like to introduce the next speaker, Professor Robert Tyndall.
You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. I located up here with my family last year. I was hired by Columbia College. And part of what drew us up here was the Sierra Waldorf School. And I would have had very serious second thoughts about enrolling my child in a school that lies under the beams of a cell tower so nearby. I've seen the effect of these technologies in the Bay Area, and you have a haven up here at the moment. So what I want to address here is what we can foresee as being the impact on the school, which was established in 1989, I'm going to read for you now, by a dedicated group of parents and teachers who sought a high-quality learning environment for their children. Sierra Waldorf School has become a beacon of academic excellence, evidenced by the stellar alumni that now live in Tuolumne County and abroad. Additionally, the vast majority of valedictorians at the Sonora High School have been Sierra Waldorf School graduates. If parents do not enroll their children in the school, even we lose one family, we lose $10,000 revenue to support our programs. Since most families have 2 children, if one family departs, we lose $20,000 from our budget. If we lost 5% of our families, which is a foreseeable outcome, we would lose $100,000, which would lead to a hiking in tuition, a cutting of programs, and a general compromising of the health and the future of this school, which has been so integral to the community. So I also ask on behalf of all the parents that are here today that you reject this cell tower and have it relocated in a location which will allow our community to thrive. Thank you for allowing me to go over time.
Any questions from the board at this time? Appellate Harris, 10 minutes.
I was under the understanding it was going to have 2 minutes, so I printed these out in case I couldn't get through all this. We don't hold it against you. I can be done in 2.
So that took you 30 seconds, just to let you know.
Okay. Well, first off, I think it's a shame that this important of a topic couldn't have had a nighttime meeting and had much more time spent on it. I'm just going to hit on a couple of things I saw in the package sent over from the county. The proposed cell towers will be used to bring cell phone coverage and high-speed internet to the area, which is deficient in both services. That statement is an absolute falsehood. The area is currently being served by wireless internet companies, Conifer being one, with services of speeds of 10 by 1 and greater that meets the FCC guidelines. The only reason that AT&T has been granted public funds to place a new fixed wireless tower in the area and along with its cellular service is that the existing wireless companies did not have the FCC required phone services for CAF 1 and CAF 2 funding guidelines. This phone service for the area was and is provided by AT&T. They have the twisted copper lines. So the funding by the FCC is and was for the telcos only under CAF 1 and 2. In order to provide internet service to the funded areas, even though wireless companies met the internet coverage standards established by the FCC itself. Again, the only companies that could qualify at the time of the award were the telcos, who were offering your grandfather's phone service. The FCC has deemed internet a vital service to the public. Yet in typical government wisdom, the FCC has deemed the very new communication brought forth by the internet, such as Skype, Viper, and video conferencing in general, to not be worthy as a phone connection or communication. If the internet is so great and so needed, then why not accept the new services that it also brings? My personal observation is that the lobbyists for the telcos are very good at selling their outdated ways of communication to the federal government. If the Trump administration believes that net neutrality restraints imposed by the Obama administration needs to be rolled back, then they also need to look at the rollback of the anti-capitalist measures that the Obama administration put in place for the telcos under CAF 1 and 2. On page 29, the wireless facility is designed as a monopole for the express purpose of blending with the existing area instead of simply placing a monopole design at the location. My question is, then why was the original tower designed as a lattice tower? I can understand changes, but on page 43, item 16, no lighting shall be required on the lattice tower. The applicant indicates no proposed lighting. One of the reasons for the change from a lattice tower is that wireless companies generally do not work with fake tree towers, and even carrier-grade equipment for wireless companies is not really compatible to mounting up to monopoles. It's very, very interesting that the public thinks that the carbon footprint of a project is critical. Witness the awards given to new buildings for either their building or their ongoing operations. You might even talked about that earlier today with the new jail. But in this case, the public, or at least the telcos, chose to make and install fake trees where the carbon footprint for building and especially the ongoing operation is huge compared to a lattice tower. To erect a fake tree, you need a crane, thus the need for a very large truck. For most lattice towers, you do not need a crane. To maintain or change out the equipment on a fake tower, on a fake tree tower, you need a very large man lift. A model JLG 1200 man lift capable of reaching 120 feet weighs 41,000 pounds. This requires a large truck, Class 8 truck, to bring the crane to the site, and then it needs to leave. Even if for one day he's not going to stand around, a trip back in and a trip out. Think of that carbon footprint. To change equipment on a lattice tower, you need a pickup truck and 2 guys. As to the cell phone tower radiation, I would ask that you read the articles out of the website I have highlighted on your second page. RF Safe, which reports from the Wall Street Journals that 1 in 10 cell towers violates RF radiation safety rules. There's several good articles. There's another great article on the school districts that are not allowing cell towers near them. Dallas School District in Texas is one of them. LA School District is another one. It is very, very clear that the position taken by RF Safe is that the cell tower in a planned nearby school, then out of the article, then parents need to oppose the placement of that tower. As to our climbers, this is to the RF. At their climbing school, they were advised to wear RF meters at all times on a telco tower or where there's cellular. The AT&T personnel that our guys have met with at sites where they have equipment have advised our climbers not to waste any time whenever we are on the tower due to RF concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. 3 minutes left.
Sonia Harris from Conifer Communications. I'm here to speak specifically to the CAF 2 information. CAF 2 is the Connect America Fund, and there are 3 phases that are involved with it. CAF 1, CAF 2, Parts A and B. In April 27th of 2015, AT&T and 9 other large cap companies accepted funds to serve unserved areas in California for AT&T, as well as the rest of the country. These are the public funds that are to be used to improve internet services in rural communities and to provide voice. Unlike AT&T's statement in their article that states it is there to foster more wireless service in rural areas to approve quality and quantity of wireless service. Ms. Tone did correct this, but only slightly, in the statement that CAF 2 was for internet. It is also for VoIP. These funds were put in place pre-2015 when FCC did not require any telcos to file an FCC 477, allowing small enterprises to give that information. They also had the requirement that internet must be at a 10 by 1, which is served in the area currently, and that voice must be there too. There are two elements that are required in that for these areas to be up for grabs. What's interesting is that the FCC currently has this area as being awarded to to AT&T in that agreement in on April 27th of 2015, as well as up for grabs for future funding. So the concern here is that the area has been served by AT&T and will be served with this tower. However, it is unserved and therefore cannot have any funds given to it until the auction that occurs in July of 2018. The concern here is that the information from FCC and the funding that is funding this tower is unknown, unclear, and I urge the board to wait and get a ruling from FCC as to the determination of these funds in this specific census block. Additionally, AT&T has asserted on pages 29 and 30 of their rebuttal that competition is part of what drives rural service. This is a misleading and a misquote of FCC, specifically paragraph 25 of FCC 14-190A1. And it only applies to areas where the incumbent local exchange carrier refused to accept that first part of CAF2 funding. While AT&T did accept those funds, using this quote would state that the FCC is there to promote competition by AT&T against itself. So I urge these quotes to be removed or revoked in your thought process of AT&T's statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions at this time from the board? All right, I'm going to call for speakers in favor of the project. You have 2 minutes to speak in favor of the project.
Good afternoon. Lieutenant Eric Earhart with the Sheriff's Office on behalf of the Sheriff. So part of my job at the Sheriff's Office is communications, so I can't really speak to the science regarding the health issues concerned with the location, but what I can speak to is the importance of wireless connectivity for 911, public safety, and what we do every day. The majority of our calls for 911 do come from wireless callers throughout the state, and Tuolumne County is no different. We've always had challenges with wireless service here in Tuolumne County just because of our geography. And now with the state opting into the FirstNet program with AT&T, this has afforded us an opportunity to increase that connectivity. Some of you this be the first time you've heard of FirstNet, but essentially FirstNet is a nationwide broadband public safety network that is going to increase bandwidth for public safety. It also gives us priority and preemption over other callers. So in the event of a major emergency, if cell phone towers get overloaded, we can bump other people off so that way public safety can get out there and do the job that they need to do. And again, this provides us, with AT&T, it provides us additional bandwidth that we don't get with other carriers. It increases our interoperability between other agencies, not just within the county, but also within the state and the nation. One of the other ideas that we're looking at is creating additional backhaul methods for our 911 system in the Sheriff's Office Dispatch Center. With a robust wireless system, we can use a wireless connection to create backhaul connectivity for our 911 system. So if somebody comes through with a backhoe, tears out the lines in front of our office, we can use that wireless connection to keep our 911 system alive for the public. And again, this also helps us create greater situational awareness during major events such as a rim fire. Most of us were all there during the rim fire, and that was one of the biggest challenges I faced, the Sheriff's Office faced, was communications with the troops on the ground. And this would help resolve that issue. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
My name's Carl Tucker. I'm a resident of the county. I also spent 32 years in the aerospace industry. I designed, built, tested, and launched communications satellite antennas. I stand here today neither in favor of the project nor against it. But one thing I've seen in this county for 20 years is a lack of scientific information and facts about cell towers, cell phones, and RF energy. The cell tower is 3,500 feet from the school. In that distance, the RF energy is going to lose 93 dB. That's 9 decimal points of power. So if AT&T uses the maximum allowable FCC power of 500 watts, that means that at the school there will be 1/4 of a microwatt. Okay? For comparison, we all listen to KVML, AM radio. At the school, the power of the RF energy from KVML is 50 microwatts, 200 times as much RF energy. And it's been there since KVML started in the 40s. We've all had radiation on us. It's before 1920, it was negligible. In 1920, KDKA in Pittsburgh started AM radio broadcasts. Then in 1928, WRGB in Schenectady, New York at the GE facility broadcast the first television picture. Since the 1980s, with cell phones, all of us have radiation coming at us. But it's all much less than the accepted limit of 1 milliwatt.
Okay, thank you.
You have to be within 60 feet of a cell tower to get that level, if the cell tower is 100 feet high.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's David Botten, and I'm a bordering property owner to the person proposing this project. And first off, I'm completely for it. It's going to improve my ability to have computers, and there's been talk of people being able to see this compound. And I walked up there Sunday and stood up, climbed up on a rock, and looked in all directions, and there's no way that you can see any neighbors. You can barely see Bruce's house. Also, about 3 months ago, the Waldorf School approached me about putting a repeater on my hilltop so that they could get internet service. And that didn't go anywhere. I think they found out about this and decided they'd just go with this. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Bruce Bodrow. I own the property that this is proposed for. I just want the board to know that from the beginning, I did not solicit for this tower. I came home from work one day and there was a card on my front door, and I got curious and I called. And that's when the ball began to roll. They came out, met with me. I talked to them, went over it with my wife, and over a great amount of thinking about this project, I concluded that it would have a substantial benefit to people on that side of Table Mountain, as far back as Maloney's Reservoir, which is highly recreational. So I called them back and I said, yeah, I think I am open to doing this. I had some health questions as well, and they answered them in a very professional way where I could understand it, and I feel comfortable with it. I've been up here since the 60s. I've seen a lot of changes, most of which are good, some maybe not so good. I've worked for a local concrete company up here for years, poured concrete on many of these cell towers, including some of the companies that are here today. And everything I've ever seen put in is professional. It's not an eyesore. Some are located quite close to schools. And I was grateful that this gentleman stood up and explained how the signal strengths are off of antennas, because frankly don't understand the square root of things. But at 3,000 feet away, if it really truly drops off that much, that's huge. So whatever you folks come up with as a decision today, I'll honor that. I just want you to know that I'm hoping this better serves our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. I'm Elizabeth Boudreau. I'm also in favor of this project. Of the neighbors we've had the opportunity to speak with, most have mentioned issues about safety, to be able to access wireless internet without having to go outside their home or drive up the road, to have wireless and cell available to people on the lake for emergency purposes, and most important, to be able to have cell phone access when our power goes out, taking landlines out of service. Currently, our home is in a high-speed internet monopoly because of our home location. Not every home is on a hilltop that can receive line-of-sight technology, which is already servicing our area, and also other companies. There are many services in our area. But for the homes that are at the base of hillsides and in the folds of hillsides, where a drop-down signal will be the most beneficial, and those are the homes that we are thinking of, including our own. We had another local provider come to our home to try and provide us service, and they were unable to do that without adding an additional structure to our roof line, which would have compromised my home's structural integrity, and I didn't think internet would be worth that. So when AT&T approached us about installing a tower in our neighborhood to provide better service for more people, it is something that we really thought carefully about, and we're really for it, and it would be very helpful for a lot of the other people who don't live on hilltops. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor?
Hello. Hello. My name is Laura Wheels, and I live down by the lake off Williamson Road. And at this point in time, there is no cell phone service at our house. When the power goes out, we have to get in the car and drive a mile up the road. So I'm in favor of it because emergency situations, it's a high fire danger out there, and there's not any way to call for help. So I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Okay, seeing no one, I would like to have the speakers that would speak in opposition to come forward and speak, please.
Good afternoon. I'm a mother of 2 children at Waldorf. We moved up here for the school. And I'm just coming from a mother's point of view. I understand. I have an MBA. I worked for 2 of the biggest manufacturing companies in the West Coast until I gave it up to stay home with my kids. I understand that they have the money and the resources to fight their battles. And what's most concerning to me is that the FCC has established that we can't, on a health concern, neglect or deny these things. And that's a big concern to me. If the firefighters who have had these towers in their buildings are getting sick and they are big burly men, what's going to happen to our children? I assume you guys are here because you're very concerned about the community, just like I'm concerned about my child. I am the last line of defense. I read somewhere that there is no greater that parents who have concerns are greater researchers than the FBI. And thank you, because of the internet, we are able to do that. I get it. And because of that, we are also concerned. There's plenty of studies nationally and abroad that are showing that these things are not safe. We need to slow it down a little bit. This is right behind our school. We're not asking for it to go away. We're not in a denial. We know that this is coming. I'm just saying, slow it down. Put it somewhere else. There are other options. We love our children. You love your community. You wouldn't do this if you didn't. Just slow it down. Look at the studies. We sent links. We sent all those things to you. They're in your hands. Just take the time like we did and look at it. That's all we ask. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Betsy Larson. I have a 4-year-old son that attends Sierra Waldorf School. We chose this school for many reasons, but one of them being how close to nature it brought our children and its stance on bettering the environment for all of our futures. Having a cell phone tower placed so close to where he will spend 8 to 10 hours for the next 9 years is highly concerning. The impact that this tower could pose a substantial long-term health risk to him and the 200 children at our school is too high of a risk to take. I pay a yearly tuition of nearly $10,000 to our school, a school where every dollar truly does count, and I fear the financial consequences the school will suffer if myself and other families choose to leave over this preventable issue. Please reconsider allowing the placement of this tower near our children's futures. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Beauclair Vaughn. My daughter, 5-year-old, the most beautiful child that who goes to kindergarten at Waldorf. Like everyone, we're not opposing the technology. Yes, technology is here, and we understand that we need them. But like everyone is saying, that we want to stop and think about, like Yolanda was saying, let us slow down. Because my question is, if there was no problem whatsoever, there was no concern, the Dr. Karen Smith, why did she issue warning? And the health organization classified the radiation as a possible carcinogen since 2011, and they acknowledged that we need more research. But before we can do any of those, we just go out there, and in our community, we want to build these towers near our school. And I also live 11 feet. I also live very close to this proposed cell tower site. And my daughter will go to school, and then she'll come home, and she'll be exposed to it 24/7. And there was one gentleman was saying, because it dropped down, there's a very low dosage, but how low dosage of a radiation exposure it is, if you're continuously exposed to it, day in, day out, what's going to happen to my child? Can anybody answer that? And the children, their brain is still developing, and their skull is thin. They don't have thick skulls like we do. So I ask you, everyone who isn't for this cell tower, they're all in it for something. They have something to gain.
Thank you. The time's up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Dave. How are you?
Hi, I'm Dave Stapp. I have really no connection to the Waldorf School other than a concerned citizen and a parent. My wife and I, Kebra Stapp, we used to own an energetic wellness center. And at the time, I was considered an energetic biofeedback therapist, which is just a fancy name for I had technology that could look at your body on an energetic level, and I could look and see what was happening at the cellular level. The majority of my clients that were coming in, I was seeing cell walls hardening, I was seeing high toxicities, I was seeing malnutrition, and I was seeing dehydration. I did some research and found out that electromagnetic radiation, one of the things it does is hardens the cell because it's a protective mode. So I use technology every day. I use wireless every day. Not saying to go away, but I'm just saying that you don't need to put it near schools. The fire departments have recognized that their fire staff has been affected. There have been studies. I've read enough studies that they are being affected. So I know this is too late. It's tomorrow night, but I am hosting a new documentary that is coming out in April. It's a documentary about electromagnetic radiation and what it's doing. So I encourage you to come to the Opera Hall Garage, 6:30 tomorrow night to watch. And just consider, you all, I know the FCC says don't consider health and safety, but you all have consciences. And that's what I ask you to look at. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Katie Johnson. I have a master's in public health, and I have 2 children at the Waldorf School. I want to make 2 points. The first is that all of the discussions around health effects are great. They're great to have. They're great to use the data that we do have available. But if there is one thing we can say that is a consensus among the public health community about RF radiation, is that the science is not settled. As technologies have emerged, as technologies have changed, it takes time for us to gather good data. We don't have that data yet. See the emerging regulations coming out from CDPH and others. Regulations can change. So what the FCC has done now is made its regulations based on available health data. What we can't do, like we can predict exactly how much radiation the children at the school may be exposed to, we cannot with precision predict what that exposure will do to them over years at the school in combination with radiation that they're exposed to in other areas of their life. The second point I want to address is something that I think may be a misconception that's emerged over this hearing. I heard the gentleman from the Planning Commission say that the FCC prohibits you to make regulations about health effects in this relate. There's a difference. No one here is asking you to officially pass regulations that conflict with the FCC regulations. We're asking you to consider the health of your constituents, which is something that boards obviously have the authority to do, and there are many boards of supervisors throughout the country who are considering cell tower locations and their health effects. So, thank you.
I just want to make a couple of points real quick. There are, sorry?
I'm sorry, you already spoke as a...
Oh, I can't come up again.
No. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chelsea Garcia, and I have lived here in Tuolumne County for almost my entire life. I'm kind of a rare one. I've lived here since I was 3 years old in the small town of Groveland, and I have chose to stay as an adult as well as be a business owner in this town as well. We own Mountain Sage Coffee Shop in Groveland. But our children, we have chose to go to Sierra Waldorf School for a reason. The healthy philosophies there are beautiful. This is a huge concern of ours on the impact of the school, not just for the health of our children, but also the health of the financial state of our school. The other thing I want to say is I, as a parent, I get great cell phone service at the school. So I guess on the other side of the hill, maybe not, but as far as improving the need of coverage there, I don't think I need it. I have to turn my cell phone off when I walk into the classroom so the texts don't bother them. The other thing I wanted to say was that I think that this technology, as we all know, hasn't been out for very long. However, we can all definitely agree that we've seen increases in cancer and just scary things with our health. I have a gut feeling that this could have a direct link with it. So thank you. We are opposing it. Thanks.
Let's leave that picture up there. Okay. Hello, my name is Arthur Schmidt. I'm actually the closest resident to this cell tower besides Bruce. I'm within 1,000 feet. They said I wasn't, but my house is within 1,000 feet of this cell tower. Some of the things I object to is over this process with the commission is the landscape and maintenance plan. It's required. I do understand that they say they are using existing vegetation for that, and I don't have a problem with that. But on the maintenance side, if you don't have it included in the paperwork, if there's a fire, which cell towers attract lightning, and a fire goes through there and burns all that vegetation down, there's no guarantee that it's going to be put back until it naturally grows. So I'm going to have to look at this compound for 10 years waiting for natural growth to come back. I don't think that's right, especially when the ordinance change requires a landscape and a maintenance process to it. So I really would like you, if you do continue to push this through, that you change it and ask for that maintenance plan. The other thing is I own a business in this county also, and I know the effects of added businesses that take away from your business. You know, you can't change that. But when you have a tower that's going to take away this business at the school, I mean, we can do something about that. They are going to lose business there. Just the general public is going to think, oh, whether it's right or wrong, they're going to say, I'm not going to put my kid there. There's a tower right there. Whether their thinking is right or not, they're going to lose business. And I don't like that. I want our children and our parents to have all the opportunity that they can get in this county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Dr. Marjorie Thoman Lomas, and I practice a holistic health care using biofeedback on my patients to help them figure out the hidden causes that are sabotaging their health. And I'm an alumni Waldorf parent of 3 children. One of the concerns that I find is that all the patients that come to me, with an exception of 2 87-year-old women who don't own any devices, is the cell phone radiation. So in children, young children, their skulls are not developed completely. They have a lack of resistance to the exposures. And my question comes from whether we're actually being protected by our FCC regulations for our health. When studies that are done to determine whether it's safe are largely funded by the industry, and in those studies they have, from the original cell phone studies, dismissed the scientists who did not come up with the correct information that said they were safe. The non-industry funded studies show 70% of them show possible harmful effects. In 2011, Henry Lay from the University of Washington reviewed hundreds of studies showing exactly this, that the biological effects of cell phone radiation, found that the outcomes varied significantly depending on whether the studies were scientific. The scientific studies were funded by the industry or by private industry. And in a cell phone tower that you cannot turn off to get a relief.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Erin Ross, and I just have a question for everyone. If there is any financial benefit to any private individual or individuals from this project, I'm wondering if they would be willing to share that profit with Sierra Waldorf School or surrounding residents who disagree with the implementation of this project.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak against the project?
Hi there. My name is Galen Weston, and I'm a graduate of the Sierra Waldorf School, a graduate of Sonora High School, and I have a BS from Stanford University. And, I'm not going to reiterate a lot of the points that people made before us, but I think the point is we are the study, right? These long-term health studies haven't been done because we're living in an era of such rapid technological development. And, I don't know which one of the gizmos that I'm depending on is going to, do me in eventually. And we're all making our own educated decisions, but I think that we need to be extra careful with our children. And I think it's abundantly clear that AT&T's alternative location assessment was not done adequately because, as we all know, there's lots of hills in this county, other places that this kind of tower could go. And I don't think that you could have picked a location that would more antagonize a huge abundance of people than putting a cell phone tower right behind Sierra Waldorf School. So I think it's obvious that that assessment was not sufficient, and I urge you to request that AT&T find another spot for the tower. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tracy Wright, and I am a homeowner in the Rawhide Valley. I live just about a mile from the school. I have wonderful cell service. I have everything I need there, and I don't live on a hill. So I don't see any reason that we need to put the tower right next to the school. So I'm also in favor and asking that we find another place for the tower. And also, I'm also considering just the impact that cell tower will have at the Waldorf School, that we will lose many families, and I will not be sending my children there. So just really important. Thank you for considering.
Thank you.
Patrick Copel, resident of Tuolumne County. I have a couple kids at the school. Just want to make a quick point. Once the tower is up, I'm concerned that that invites the future wave of cell phone transmission to be put on the tower, and we don't know what that's going to bring with it. So just another thing to consider. Thanks.
Anyone else wish to speak against the project? Okay, so we're going to ask for anybody that is neutral that would like to speak. Neutral, not for or against.
My name is Bob Veldhuizen. I live on Rawhide Road, very close to the school, about less than 500 feet. And I don't have any stake in the matter. And I said, but I'd just like to give you some information. I have a neighbor right next door who worked for telephone communication systems her whole career. She worked at in the Bay Area somewhere. She transferred to Manteca when she bought the property next to our house. And she's been there for quite a while. She worked in Manteca. And when I called him to remind him about this meeting, she said, well, I'm going to give you some information. And that was this, that she says, in Ripon, she said there's a fire department, and the fire department is located right along the highway there on the off-ramp. She said the Ripon Fire Department put a cell tower next to their building. When you'd leave that fire department and you go down the main street and go down the street a little ways, maybe 4 to 6 blocks, there's an elementary school. It's right in the middle of town. Just immediately behind that, the elementary school, is Ripon High School. Ripon High put a cell tower on their property. You go west of that just a little ways, you come to the Ripon Christian School. Then just beyond that is the police station. They also put a cell tower. Now you got 3 cell towers, 3 schools, and then she said there's on 205 and Union Road in Manteca, there's a fire station. They also put a cell tower in their backyard. She said, in Folsom, there's another high school, they put a cell tower in there. Now, I don't know what the reasoning is. I don't know. So that's up to somebody else to determine. I watch these kids at Waldorf School every day. Great group of kids. They have a ball. But, that's all I know.
Thank you.
Well, I just want to say that this is an appeal hearing of what people felt the Tuolumne County Planning Commission did incorrectly in approving this project. And I haven't heard one single comment that addresses that issue. So I was at the first meeting, then, which you all heard from me about. Then I was at the second meeting, and I saw nothing at that meeting to indicate that the Planning Commission did anything wrong. And then I know that a lot of people were bringing out the IFA firefighters complaint, and so that was 4 firefighters that lived in a block that had a cell phone tower on it back in 2004. The studies were published in 2005 and again in 2006. So it was a very small study, and that was 12 years ago. So all I'm hearing is a lot of things that should have been addressed at the Tuolumne County Planning Commission hearing, and no one from Waldorf came to the second redo meeting. So I haven't heard anything in rebuttal to the Planning Commission's decision regarding approval of this project to warrant an appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to be neutral? Just don't care. Okay. All right, so now we're going to ask for rebuttal to any of the comments that were made in favor of the project. Am I right there?
Yeah, but if there's no rebuttal, there's no rebuttal, right? Okay, just
Right.
wanted to clarify.
Yep. So rebuttal to anything that was said in opposition to the project.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Raj Mathur, Hamilton Edison again.
The people that are against it right now.
Good afternoon, Raj Mathur, Hamilton Edison again. Your staff has covered the 1996 Telecommunication Act and the FCC rules, but I wanted to try to address really briefly some of the concerns brought up by the neighbors. The school, as the aerospace engineer said, is about 3,500 feet away. For RF exposure, that is extremely, extremely far away, mainly due to the square of the distance where the signal dissipates. The levels at the school are less than 0.1% of the FCC limit. That's over 1,000 times below the limit. I will note that the school itself has an FCC license to operate an antenna. I'm not sure what they use it for, but whatever they use it for likely generates way more radio frequency exposure than from the AT&T antennas, and I'll submit their license as part of the record. As the aerospace engineer said, AM stations would have way more radio frequency exposure. Most broadcast stations would have more RF exposure. Microwave ovens would have more RF exposure. Virtually any device that emits radio frequency energy would have more RF exposure just because it's closer to the school compared to the AT&T site, which again is extremely far away from the school in terms of RF exposure. I'll bring up cell phones as well. Cell phones are capable of operating close to the FCC limit. So the peak exposure you could get from a cell phone is 1,400 times more than what you would get from this AT&T base station. Someone brought up thermal and non-thermal studies. The database has both thermal and non-thermal studies. It includes all the studies together, and all of those were used to set the standard.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know who came up with this 3,000 plus feet distance from the Waldorf school to the site, but I've lived up there on top of that ridge for 30 years and ridden horses and dirt bikes and driven up there every day. And it's 9/10 of a mile from Rawhide Road to my house, and it's at least 3,000 feet from my house to the cell site. Either someone can't read a tape or they're just taking a wild guess, but that is, it's well over a mile from the Waldorf School.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Again, Amanda Monchamp on behalf of AT&T. As to the CCNRs, a comment was made that they only allow residential access. As I noted before, commercial access is actually specifically allowed with the permission of the declarant, which AT&T does have. Another comment was made about the impact on property values. There is some case law about this. The case law was about whether there was specific evidence of a specific impact on a specific property and that it was within what the agency's own regulations allowed to be considered. There's a lot of discussion about CAF2 funding. The FCC does set these rules. This project does qualify for CAF2 funding. How that works is obviously beyond your purview and beyond our control as well. And as to the FCC regulations and RF emissions, there was a comment made that you cannot make regulations in contravention of the FCC. You actually cannot consider in your decision-making about a site wherein a site meets those health standards, you have to abide by those standards that are set by the FCC. You can't go beyond them. It's not just a limitation on regulation, it's a limitation on your consideration of the approval. So those are just 4 quick points. Any questions? Thank you.
Any more rebuttal?
Good afternoon. First, I'd like to say thank you for everyone coming out. We like to hear from the community. I know AT&T likes the feedback. We don't build these cell phone towers for fun. We build them to serve a purpose and to fill in these gaps. There were some concerns brought up about location and why we chose this location, and I briefly addressed that before. But essentially, someone brought up the fact that the nearest cell phone tower is about 2.1 miles away. For these kinds of towers, particularly with the technology we're using, and particularly in an area like this, which is very, very hilly, 2.1 miles is far away. It's not going to cut it. That's too far for us. We're given these very specific search areas that we look inside and we try to find the best location. Often when we're looking at these, we're making sure there's access, power, utilities, and height. We need height. So this area was ideal because we've got this great height. We have these trees that surround it, so it's not too much of an eyesore. It's far away from any buildings, 1,100, 1,200 feet from the nearest neighbor. And it fills the FCC's goals with the CAF2 projects. Okay. So I thank you all for being here.
So again, Julie Tone, Director of External Affairs for AT&T. First of all, I wanted to thank planning for approving this site and recommending it at this point. And again, I think it's really important to note that AT&T spends an incredible amount of time with our RF engineers, with our site acquisition vendor, in looking at the county and making sure that we are siting locations scientifically and technically to be able to provide the maximum amount of coverage in the FCC-identified census blocks that are deemed to not have either A, broadband internet access, or B, and speeds that don't meet the criteria by the FCC. So it is purposeful that that site location is chosen. Moving a cell tower or a tower that provides high-speed broadband internet even 100 feet radically impacts our ability to cover specific areas. This is again a program that is an FCC program, Connect America Fund, driving high-speed broadband internet. We receive many comments, many complaints from this county regarding not having enough high-speed broadband. We had specific requests, if I may, Lieutenant, from the Sheriff's Office after the REM fire to find significant ways to help with high-speed broadband internet in this particular county. We also have a lot of residents that are impacted that do not have any high-speed broadband internet. And so throughout our many months of planning and siting and having great consideration regarding RF for that region that is the best location, it also will allow AT&T to provide the high-speed broadband internet, but again, the cellular coverage, and again, we had a lot of requests for additional outreach in wireless and cellular coverage after the rim fire for public safety purposes. So AT&T feels like it's done its due diligence in this particular site locations regarding all aspects that have been discussed today on behalf of Tuolumne County and on behalf of AT&T. Thank you for your consideration.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. I want to make a comment about the FCC guidelines that keeps getting referenced with all these conversations about whether, and all the algorithms as far as distant and whether they're safe or not. It's important to know that the FCC uses, by their own regulations and admission, technology that's 50 years old. This whole microwave talk and RF talk and whether what kind of damage it does and at what distance. This is what we're talking about here. It hasn't been updated in 50 years, and we have technology that's constantly being brought to us that far supersedes any of those regulations. Okay, so that's key number one. Number two, we're talking about the FCC. The FCC is a captured agency. So if we're relying on the FCC to dictate to us what's safe, we must remember that these people have a revolving door with key lobby leaders. Okay, so the industry lobby has this revolving door with who leads the FCC and who dictates to us what's safer and what's not. So who are we going to believe? We're going to believe FCC regulations, or we're going to trust, I should say, FCC regulations that have, with this kind of situation, conflicts of interest. Can we trust that, is my question, when the industry has everything to gain? So in essence, the industry is regulating itself. So we must hold that in our minds when we're talking about what the FCC says is safe. And there's literally thousands of studies showing biologic harm to animals and harm to humans, links to cancer and all kinds of things. These studies are there, and they're using regulations that go way back to 50 years ago. This research is building, and it's continue to build, like some people spoke earlier. So I raise my eyebrow at such entities that are supposed to protect us, and they allow this revolving door. Big conflict of interest for me.
Chairman, can I say something in rebuttal of that non-rebuttal statement? Okay.
Sorry. You're rebutting what was said.
Yes.
Okay, we're not going to redo the position. Thank you.
No, I understand.
Okay.
This is your ordinance code, and this is about I think there was some comment about due diligence and being thorough, but there were 5 areas where the CRA told you that you could deny this project. Here's from your own ordinance code. Co-location, existing co-location facilities. It's 17.53.210. It's under your co-located and multiple user facilities. It requires an analysis of existing co-location facilities, which has not been submitted, regardless of what the AT&T lawyer says. So here's the area where you're allowed to deny this. And I'm going to read from the CRA packet. There are 5 areas. Here's the first one. The proposed project is not in accordance with the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code. That's all you need. You could go on to another one that they have. The proposed project will substantially detrimental to health, safety, or general welfare of persons residing or working in the neighborhood. I'm going to extend that out to Waldorf School. Regardless of whether somebody knows the FCC limits, if they go by and they say there's a cell tower there, and they say, you know what, I'll just homeschool my kid, that has a real impact on Waldorf's budget. I mean, you could be talking 10, 20, 30,000. And their bare bone budget, they barely got above break even. Yep.
All right.
And finally, about the property values, you do have the ability, if the project is substantially detrimental or injurious to property and improvements in the neighborhood, I think a 2 to 22% reduction in nearby property values is substantial. So you got 3 areas right there. You can take your choice. I choose the ordinance code. Suggest.
Right, thank you. Anyone else? Last chance. I'm going to close the public hearing. All right, I'm going to bring it back to the board. Supervisor Rotifer.
Since it's in my district, I'd like to ask one question, and I'm going to defer my comments until the end. First of all, I don't know that it got passed down, and David isn't here. I asked to know how many schools are within a similar range of another cell tower in the county. Did we get that information? Okay.
Mr. Rotifer, if you drive on Greenlee Road,
It would be where I was going to.
Greenlee Road, and you come up the hill just past the hospital.
Yeah, understand.
Stop, look to your right, there's a tank with 2 cell towers, and Sonar L is immediately across.
It was a rhetorical question for my benefit, but I wanted the information.
Okay, Supervisor Royce.
Yeah, I just want to clarify a question. I've heard a couple of different distances being cited. What's the actual distance to where the tower is from the school?
So we measured from our GIS system, which it's approximate, it's not exact. The parcel lines are a little off. About 3,670 feet.
Over half a mile?
The mile's 5,280, so.
Almost
yeah.
3/4 of a mile. Any other questions right now? I do have one for County Council. There's been a number of statements made about whether this project is in compliance with our ordinance code. Can you determine for us whether it is in compliance with our code or not?
With regard to the discussion about the existing co-location analysis, that is part of the report that was submitted by the applicant and is part of the record before you. So, yes, they did comply with that.
Any more questions? Supervisor Rotifer?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and go. I do want to clarify one other thing with reference to the legal opinion offered by AT&T with regard to whether we have the authority to deny something because it does not meet FCC standards. Could you clarify that, Ms. Carrillo?
Sure. We agree with the opinion from AT&T's counsel. There's case law supporting and FCC exposure standards that the board cannot deny the application based on the health effects of the radio frequency emission. So that really is not a relevant consideration in terms of your board's consideration. Your board has discretion to deny based on other reasons. That's not one of them.
Okay, so I hate these. Because honestly, everybody in here wants the very best for their community. And so do I. And I really always kind of get sideways with myself when we're dealing with these things. I want to put some things in context, and I hope in the process of going through the context that I address at least most of the items that were noted for in the appeal. First of all, I need to note for everybody that one of our highest legislative priorities, both at the state and the federal level, and one of our highest community priorities for both health and safety and for economic development is expansion of our broadband capability. And the most difficult part of that is what they call the last mile. okay? So I just want to put that in context. That's very important for our community as a whole, and in many cases to our most at-risk people. Emergency communications are really important, and broadband connectivity is really important. I'm an engineer by training. I'd be lying if I said I was an engineer by trade. I'm not. But I spent most of my life in an extremely high RF environment. I had more antennas on my airplane than you can count, okay? And I may end up with cancer tomorrow. But the reality is I'm here today, and tomorrow will take care of itself. That's not a good answer. But we have, as one gentleman pointed out, since sometime in the probably, I would guess around the 30s, 40s, we started getting into some moderate, and certainly by the 60s we were into heavy RF, and we are over the top RF right now. You got satellites that are irradiating the Earth right now, and we don't control them. RF environment is a reality. It's of life. It's a fact of life, and to not pursue it in a wise and sensible manner is to severely impact our public safety and our competitiveness as a county. I want to talk about relocating projects because everybody always says, well, you know, this just isn't the right spot. The reality is, and this is a really good example, this project's a really good example, relocating projects most of the time is two things. One, it is either infeasible or it severely degrades the effectiveness of the project because somebody whose business it is to do that business found a site that works best, okay? The second thing is when you relocate it into somebody else's backyard. And, you know, they don't want it maybe as much as you don't want it. So, honestly, for me, just coming in and saying this isn't the right place, this is where they could get access, this is where they can get coverage, whatever. So I don't say that that's an empty argument, but it doesn't carry a lot of weight with me. Reality, we're in a trade space, and we're in a trade space up here on the dais every time we consider one of these things. And there is no good answer. Somebody wins, somebody loses, okay? In this case, a great school, and I will say, well, Supervisor Hanvelt and I had an opportunity to go visit the school. I knew about it before. I have several acquaintances of mine that have kids in that school. It is a great school. If anybody takes their kids out of that school because we're putting a tower in there, I think they're making a big mistake. But it's a trade space. You know, somebody's going to suffer RF radiation at some level. I will tell you, I sat behind a radar dish for 16 years that put out, I don't know, 10,000 times more power than you're going to see at that school on the worst day. And even if you take into account the cumulative effects, it's negligible, folks. Now, does that mean I can assure you that there's not going to be any damage? No, I can't. But again, I go back to the fact that RF environment is a fact of life. If your kid puts this thing up to their ear and talks in it, you're getting many 10 times the energy that your kid is ever going to see from that tower, okay? If they sleep with it on the nightstand next to them at night, okay, that's probably the worst thing they can do. I don't sleep with it next to me at night. for that very reason. You don't have to even be talking on it. It doesn't have to be transmitting. It is emitting 100% of the time. So we live in that environment. And to deny the opportunity to increase our coverage to a minuscule amount of radiation, I think just doesn't make engineering sense to me. I do want to talk about the unfair use of public funds because I happen to agree greatly that the federal government is unfairly subsidizing the giants of the industry against small business, and I am very much an advocate for small business. But by the same token, AT&T is going to spend that money someplace anyway. They're going to put towers in. Somebody else is going to get that coverage. I wish the federal government had given that money to our small local providers. They didn't, sadly. But that I don't see that that's a good reason for us to deny this project. I am very sensitive to the arguments about the kids, or the comments about the kids. And I know all of that is in terms of the undeveloped musculature and skeletal systems, especially the cranium. It's all true. But again, we're talking about a minuscule amount of radiation in a world that is already radiated day in and day out, everywhere you drive, everywhere you walk, everywhere you sit, everywhere you sleep. Okay, hundreds of times more. So I can't get my arms around it. I'm sorry. And when it comes time, I will be glad to make a motion.
Supervisor Royce.
Yeah. I appreciate the comments and the passion, the concern people have. I know it's driven by protecting their children. It's a very sensitive subject. My family, and one wing of my family, has lived on Shell Road since the 1840s. My grandma and grandpa lived at the end of Shell Road, and I've had AT&T and Verizon phones, and neither one of them has worked ever down there. And I sympathize with some of the comments. I don't like the FCC. If I thought if I thought there was a genuine harm, I would say screw the FCC. I don't care what they say. I don't care how they say the vote. I vote I think is right. And when I was listening to the comments, I was going back and forth in my mind, sincerely trying to hear the issue. But the thing that helps me decide is the distance and the scientific, the numbers they're talking about. I think there could be potential for long-term cumulative effects, but I think the exposure that's being talked about here is very small compared to a lot of things. And that's what my grandpa graduated from the Rawhide School. He was there. It's an old building, and I'm a contractor. My guys that work for me, I'm concerned about them breathing things. I'm concerned about the food we eat. Everywhere we turn, I mean, there's lead and there's asbestos and there's radiation, and it's scary. And I understand when it's your kids. I totally get the motivation, but I do not see it with I'm not a scientist or an engineer. I'm just a basic guy, and I try to be reasonable with common sense. And common sense tells me 3/4 of a mile away is a reasonable amount. And like I said, the exposure levels are, if you look at what they're quantifying, very small relative to a lot of things. And I appreciate the comments and the process here, but I don't want to support it.
Supervisor Henveld.
Thank you, sir. Look, I share most of the comments all the comments, for that matter, my colleagues so far. Radiation, it's just a scary subject because those of us who are, well, I can't say I'm not knowledgeable about it because I grew up in an industry that was very radiation sensitive. And so I understand the scientific. I am a scientist, and I am a retired engineer. I don't carry a certificate anymore, or I could call myself an engineer legally, but I'm a retired engineer. and I understand these things, and it always worries me when we get a little piece of data that scares us. I appreciate kids, and more than you know. I've had my own kids and my grandkids. I even have two great grandkids, and I worry about their future. But this isn't what I'm worried about. I'm worried about drugs. I'm worried about a lot of other things, and what's going to happen to my kids and grandkids, and what the environment we grow up in. I'm worried about the outside influences on them that will lead them astray. As for communications, I was the chairman of this board during rimfire, and one of my jobs was to report out to several legislators at the state and federal level, and I had to wait every day to get down out of the mountain, out of Drew Meadows, to a place where I could get sufficient broadband to communicate and give them a message about what was going on. That was painful. When I was at Sierra Waldorf School, you may get a signal up there, but I didn't. Not worth or not reliable signal that I could do anything with. So that's become a bigger and bigger issue. When tourists come to this town, wherever they go, they expect a cell signal. It's part of public safety these days. We've grown to expect it. It has to be there. I will tell you, frankly, I hate hearing the news stories about someone being injured high in the Sierra someplace and they got a cell signal and someone came and got them with a helicopter, because I think that's the exception, not the rule. And I worry about that false security that people get. This is broadband availability to our kids. I go to the iFoster program that we've authorized at RCRC and spent the money for. Foster kids, and they come out and they've got connection. They are more successful in surviving in life than they are without it. Broadband is absolutely essential. I agree with Supervisor Rodefer. I wish the federal government would subsidize our local ISPs like they do the big guys, but this stuff's important. I have to support it.
Supervisor Brennan.
Yeah, so first off, I want to thank everyone that reached out to us with communications and took the time to be providing information to us. I took it very seriously, so seriously that it was quite confusing to me. And there is just a tremendous amount of information out there. So I actually went to the American Cancer Society and searched there, and the gentleman spoke in the neutral position to exactly what they referenced in their literature, and that was that specifically with the radio stations and the continual higher level of bombardment from radio stations, which we have right downtown here. Cell phones, it referenced all of that. It did also reference that there is room for additional study, but what we know today is we know that we have a society that has much greater risk, higher risk, that is bombarding us all of the time. And so I have to weigh what we know against public safety. And I want to thank the sheriff for having Lieutenant Earhart here. It's important for us as a community to recognize that we have huge shortfalls in our ability for communication and public safety in the county, and we've heard it throughout this presentation. And so for me, in weighing these different aspects, the community safety piece with increased communication capabilities is front and center.
Okay, so I want to thank everyone that did send us information. I did go to those websites. I did look at the information. It compelled me to do a lot more research than I would have without having that stuff put towards me. And what I found out and what I concluded is this is the problem. This is it right here. You know, like Supervisor Rodefer, I don't put this by my bed anymore. On this side is my 5-year-old grandson. He doesn't have one in his room either. You know, this is the danger. This is the one that we've got to keep away from our children. When I started the meeting, I asked if you'd please turn off your cell phones. it's something that I think that, you have this many people in a room and everybody's got their cell phones on, you've got additional radiation going on right now. And far greater than what I can determine it's going to come from a cell tower. I just, the information, it just seems so strongly in favor of the cell phone causing the problem versus a cell tower causing the problem. So, again, you got to weigh all aspects. You got the public safety. I care about your children. I care about my grandson. But I do not believe personally that the cell tower is the issue that we're are dealing with. It's other bigger things. So with that, I'm going to ask for a motion.
Just before I make the motion, I want to also thank everybody, because a lot of you in my district, I share your concerns. I think that your concerns with respect to this particular project are really in the noise level in terms of the radiation concerns compared to everything that's out there surrounding us every day. So with that, but I do want to thank you for all the information. I want to especially thank the folks that Supervisor Hanvelt and I got to visit out at Waldorf School. We had a great tour out there. And I really believe that anybody that takes their kids out of Waldorf School because this tower goes in is making a huge mistake. It's not a threat, I don't believe, or if it is a threat, its threat is so overwhelmed by other threats as to be negligible, and it's a great school. With that in mind, I make a motion to approve conditional use permit CUP 17-005 based upon findings A through F. Is that a good one there, Counselor?
And subject to conditions 1 through 29.
And subject to conditions 1 through 29.
A question for council before a second. We closed the public hearing. Do we have to ask for public comment on the motion? I don't believe so.
No.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Rotifer. We have a second by Supervisor Hanvelt. Call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Will the clerk please read item 2 on a 1:30 calendar? What? How about a break? 10-minute break. Would that work? Okay.
It's the end for me.
Yeah, she's selfish. She doesn't realize we have a closed session to go.
You have a myopic view.
Unfortunately, Quincy Yaley, Assistant CRA Director, and unfortunately, our Environmental Health Director, Rob Kosselby, was ill today and could not be here to present this item for you. But his excellent staff member, Christy McKinnon, is here, and I will turn over the presentation to her.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. The state on-site wastewater treatment and disposal system policy went into effect on May 13, 2013. The purpose of the policy is to allow the continued use of on-site wastewater treatment disposal systems, or OWTS, throughout California while protecting water quality and the public health. I'm not going to read verbatim. Local agencies were required to submit their lamps within 5 years after the effective date of the policy, which is before May 13, 2018. A summary of proposed ordinance code changes includes adopting the lamp by reference into the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, modifications to the ordinance code that includes the addition of applicable term definitions, increase setbacks to public drinking water wells and drinking water source intakes as required by the state OWTS policies, the creation of mandatory setback requirements to impaired water bodies as required by the state OWTS policy, and establishing local program oversight and authority limitations. So this table shows the key setback changes. You can see that the one column lists the existing setbacks and then the new setback requirements. The 200 to 400 foot setback to surface water body drinking water supplies is in reference to drinking water source intakes. If the septic system is located within 1,200 feet of the catchment of the drainage and located so as to impact the drinking water supply, the setback would be 200 feet. Otherwise, 400 feet for those systems that are farther away.
Can I ask you a question? This is obviously for new systems. Is there any discussion of existing systems? Are you going to get to that?
I can answer that question now if you like.
Okay.
Okay, so this is for new construction for new septic systems. Also, these are minimum setback requirements for new systems that are constructed in response to a major repair. So for systems that can't meet those setbacks, they will have to meet them to the greatest extent that they can, that's possible, and utilize supplemental treatment pursuant to the state OWTS policy. Another component of the LAMP is mandatory adoption of an advanced protection management program, which includes properties for septic system installation that is within 600 feet of an impaired water body, which includes portions of Woods Creek. From Columbia College to Jamestown. This has been listed as an impaired water body due to pathogen indicators observed in sample results from 2003 and 2004. So there's hope that as a component of our LAMP program, the Environmental Health Division will be completing additional creek sampling data, and the data obtained may warrant reevaluation of the impaired water body classification by the State Water Board. Some of the impacts associated with the Advanced Protection Management Program, they're pretty mild because public sewer availability is widespread in the area of the associated impaired water body. For some of the parcels that won't be able to hook up to the public sewer system, the property owners may incur additional costs, including mandatory consultant evaluation of the site and the septic system, design fees and operational fees associated with mandatory compliance with the county's existing operation, maintenance, and monitoring program. It doesn't mean that these systems will have to be engineered septic systems, but the consultant will have to evaluate the site to determine if it might be suitable for the installation of a standard septic system under consultant review and final approval.
A quick question. The person wanting to do the work has to hire the consultant. How much work can be done through the Environmental Health Division to make that decision?
It's mandatory just for the parcels that are within 600 feet of Woods Creek. A consultant would have to make the determination. And the Environmental Health Division went that way because we didn't want the Water Board to make us say that the systems in these areas all have to be supplemental treatment. So they said that that was reasonable.
Okay, thank you.
The proposed ordinance is consistent with the Tuolumne County General Plan. It's not subject to review under the California Environmental Quality Act and in accordance with the state WTS policy and the California Plumbing Code. It has been approved by the Tuolumne County Planning Commission and the DPRT. It is therefore recommended that your board consider waiving the first reading and adopt an ordinance amending chapters 1308 and 1304 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code for implementation of the County Environmental Health Division Local Agency Management Plan for on-site wastewater treatment and disposal systems.
All right.
you.
Any questions from the board?
Can I just make a
Yes.
quick clarification? This ordinance went to the the Board of Supervisors Planning Committee, not the Planning Commission.
Correct.
And this is going to be a 2-reading ordinance, so today's action will just be to waive the first reading and set the second reading for your meeting on February 20th.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, would you explain again how this impacts existing systems and existing permits?
It won't be required for any existing permits. It will just be for permits that are issued after the implementation date of May 13, 2018.
If I understand, she answered my question by saying if it was a major repair or improvement of your system, that it would come under this, but if it was an existing system, or I guess.
I was concerned also about existing permits. For instance, a unit under construction, what happens there? So
Not applicable.
Okay.
Good presentation.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. And I know, yeah, tell Rob he's, yeah, he's being replaced. Just kidding, we love Rob. Gotta give him a hard time for not being here, right?
Definitely.
But no, I just wanted to thank you guys. I know behind the scenes, you guys are advocating for us and for our residents. And when things like this are imposed by the state, we have to figure out a way to comply. And the intent of it is good. I know the board and everybody in the county wants to make sure we're not impacting water quality in our waterways. But we also don't want unreasonable hardships for people, and especially in situations that are already there. So I appreciate that, and I just want you guys to know that the board recognizes that even though we don't like regulations and new rules that are going to be hard for people, but you guys are doing a good job.
Thank you.
One more question.
Go ahead.
What I'm concerned about, TUD is the major supplier of waste treatment services, but they're not everywhere. Okay? I'm worried about how many lots, how much space are we going to take out of potential development with this, and in some cases, if it is a major repair and they're not available, TUD isn't available, what are we going to do?
We would be able to, for new parcel development, they would have to comply with the new requirements. But for existing parcels.
Okay, but there are some lots that won't have room to do that.
They can put the septic system within 600 feet of the Woods Creek, the impaired water body, but a consultant would have to oversee the design and installation. In addition, monitoring wells would have to be installed just to be able to monitor the system, and they'd have to comply with the operation, maintenance, and monitoring program that the county has for engineered septic systems. So the intent is so that if these systems are monitored, then there won't be any associated premature failures.
That costs a lot of money.
The operation, maintenance, and monitoring program.
Yeah.
The annual permit, and then the maintenance and
Yeah,
monitoring.
I've gone through this with some constituents about these some of these engineered systems that we have required in the annual monitoring maintenance, and it hurts some people big time. I'm really nervous about this.
I think, though, we have to realize this is being imposed upon us. It's not something that we're going
No,
to
I
do.
understand, but I'm just trying to get out that there are impacts to this, and I'm just nervous about what they are.
The maintenance and monitoring would depend on the scope of complexity of the system. So if it is a pressure dose sand filter engineered system, it would be the same as the requirements for the systems that are in operation today. So say that a consultant says that this site is good for a standard septic system, and based on the information I have, it's not going to impact this impaired water body. The minimum maintenance and monitoring would just be a site visit to make sure that the leach lines aren't saturated, and to check the septic system to make sure it's not pumping, and to check to make sure that there aren't any failures.
Okay.
So, yeah, so for clarification, I'm hearing you saying this is the monitoring piece is expressly associated with an impaired water body as listed by the Water Board, which is Woods Creek. Do we have any other creeks in the county that are in jeopardy of being listed?
No, not that.
And I just want to echo what Christy said earlier, is that with the implementation of this program, environmental health will be out doing some additional water quality sampling in that section of the impaired creek, and we'll be working with the state and possibly reclassifying that water, that
and
portion.
Possibly reclassifying.
That's correct.
It. Okay.
Any more questions?
No.
We're okay. Public comment? Seeing none?
That's not the public, that's a TED ratepayer.
Not today. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ron Ringen, one of 5 TUD board directors. I'm here today at the request of our GM, Tom Haglund. He has a letter here that he wants read into the record. So I'll proceed if that's okay. Honorable John Gray, Chair, Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors, Number 2 Green Street, Sonora, California, 95370. Subject: consideration of waiving the first reading and adopting an ordinance amending chapters 13.08 and 13.04 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code for implementation of the Tuolumne County Environmental Health Division Local Agency Management Plan for on-site wastewater treatment and disposal systems. Dear Chairman Gray and members of the Board of Supervisors, the Tuolumne Utilities District notes with interest the above captioned items set for your consideration at today's meeting. As the Board is aware, the district operates sewerage facilities in Tuolumne County, including the Twain Harte Wastewater Treatment Plant, the Twain Harte Interceptor, and the Sonora Regional Wastewater Treatment Plant. These facilities play a critical role in treating sewage from a broad area and recycling it for eventual use by agricultural interests. In addition, the collection systems, sewer pipes and mains that collect this effluent plays a critical role in improving surface and groundwater quality. Several developed areas in the district's service territory are experiencing septic system failure, which failures are contributors to degrade water quality in the Sullivan Creek and Phoenix Lake Basin. Small lots with urbanized development may magnify the problem over time as more and more septic systems experience failure due to age-related fatigue, given that these neighborhoods were originally constructed many decades ago. In particular, substantial developments along the Twain Harte Interceptor have and will continue to experience failure. This will inevitably contribute to additional degradation of water quality in Sullivan Creek and Phoenix Lake. While the proposed ordinance provisions are geared to substantially comply with AB 885, the district respectfully advocates that the more appropriate long-term solution for water quality protection is the establishment of sanitary sewer systems in these areas. This is a matter that the district has begun to study as the age and conditions present with the Twain Harte Interceptor combine to make additional connection to the interceptor inadvisable. A community-wide solution is needed for the benefit of property owners, the safe collection of sewerage, and the preservation of water quality. We encourage the county to join the district in its review of options available for the establishment of sanitary sewer systems in these and developing areas, especially those areas where surface water supplies are or could be impacted by septic system failure now and in the future. Doing so will help frame an approach that is in the best interest of our mutual constituency, protect water quality, and help prevent the transfer of cost for more robust drinking water treatment requirements from degraded water quality onto district customers. Very truly yours, Thomas L. Hagelin, General Manager.
Okay, thank you.
John?
Go ahead.
Don't go away, Ron.
I'm all done.
I wait. No, you're not. The podium comes at a price.
Right.
No, I was going to ask this before, but since you and Barbara were both here, I thought I'd wait to see if you were going to have a comment before I ask it. But I'd really be interested in knowing what reasonable expansion capability you have of your sewer system to places that aren't. Particularly, I'm in Springfield Estates as an example, and I only use it as an example. I'm not complaining or anything, but I'm on TUD water, but not their sewer. Places that are already TUD customers, or places that are conveniently geographically located with your sewer system and your groundwater system. If what your expansion plans are and all of those things. You weren't here this morning, Barbara was. We talked a lot about improving the interagency dialogue between some of our partners, and TUD was one that we were very interested in. So I don't want the answer right now, but if you could get Tom to give some specifics to either Craig or probably David Gonzalez as well, on how we, just going forward, what Tom was talking about, how do we work together on those kinds of things? And please take that back to Tom.
I definitely will. I'll just say a couple of real quick things. One thing is that this agenda item, this whole thing, no one ever contacted TUD about it. I don't understand that. Why was not TUD contacted? This is where the first step, I believe, is going to come, is where we all start working together to the same end goal. So
I can answer that. This has been on the books for a long time. Since I remember we first addressed it in 2013. The state has been hounding us for many years. So I don't know if, we specifically drew in TUD. Different subject on the ordinance is something that we're going to have to go toward, but that doesn't mean that we can't sit down and talk and see where we can make it better.
And that is exactly what I'm talking about. That's the first step.
And I don't see anybody up here that's not willing to do that.
Right.
So it's just a matter of figuring a mechanism, and I'll leave it up to Mr. Pedro how to figure out how to get people together and go from there. We might start with our Natural Resource Committee as a subject to discuss.
Or Water Committee.
Our Water Committee, either one.
I'll just say, Ron, I think from both of our perspectives, it's fair to say that we haven't done a good job of coordinating before. That was one of our agenda items that we talked about it in detail at our strategy session or our retreat. And we're interested in doing that. Both organizations are starting, I think, from a history of a little bit of doing stuff in stovepipes and everything. So, but we need to break those down, and I really appreciate Tom's letter.
Yeah, I totally agree with what you just said, but I think that What we have right now is a new paradigm. We have an engaged board on both sides, and the trick now is let's build on it, bring it together, and let's all work hand in hand, arm in arm, and go in the right direction.
Yep.
So thank you.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to add for everyone in the room to know that David and I met with Mr. Hagelin and his staff maybe 2 months ago and had a very productive conversation about collaboration on the general plan as well as other common interest issues. And TUD prepared an excellent summary for us, and I've shared that with staff members in the CAO's office. So we are looking to work on that piece of communication.
All right, thank you. Last public comment. Anybody else besides Carol before I cut her off short?
30. Does anybody have the 30
She said
second
I've
sign?
been too nice.
Anybody have the 30-second sign?
Official public representative.
Okay.
I don't think I usually go over my time.
You don't.
I try to be entertaining in a
Well, you're
way.
getting into it now.
I just have a question because every time I hear about cooties in our water, it's Sullivan Creek coming from Phoenix Lake. So this is the first time that has stuck in my mind about Woods Creek. So why isn't Sullivan Creek on the list?
It's not on the list because
They don't know about it yet?
It was tested and it passed.
So
This
we
goes
picked a
back to
good
the origin of the
rain-filled
RCD.
day
And that was where they did
Okay, anything else? I'll bring it back to board for a motion.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I'll move on staff recommendation to waive the first hearing, and we'll bring it back at the next meeting.
Second. We have a first by Supervisor Rodover, second by Supervisor Royce. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Will Kurt please read our closed session? Thank you very much. Just tell Rob he's been replaced.
Okay, this is a closed session conference with labor negotiators Craig Pedro and Ann Fremd, Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, in-home supportive services bargaining unit, and also a closed session for public employee appointment, Authority Government Code Section 54957B1. The title is Behavioral Health Director. And are we not doing number 20? Or did you want to?
Number 20, can we put off number 20 to
Sure.
the next? Okay. So do we expect anything to be reported out of closed session? No? Any public comment in closed session? Okay, we're going into closed session.